Welcome to a very dumb playthrough of Baldur's Gate, where I try to see if I can beat the whole game without ever long resting. So, before we start, I just wanted to go over the restrictions I'm placing on myself for this run. 1. No long resting. Duh. We're going to try to beat the whole game without ever taking a long rest. 2. I'm not a little wimp, and I don't need help from dead gods or from mind flayers, so we're not using any tadpoles on this one. 3. We're playing on honor mode. We're keeping the game nice and hard. And then finally, 4, no cheesing rule 1. The game I think will force me to take a long rest 2 maybe 3 times. Will force me to take a long rest 2 maybe 3 times. Will force me to take a long rest 2 maybe 3 times. Will force me to take a long rest 2 maybe 3 times. Will force me to take a long rest 2 maybe 3 times. Will force me to take a long rest no purpose because the others get will force me to take a long rest no purpose because the others get will force me to take a long rest no purpose at Withers because that restores the hirelings' long rest resources. And finally, any gold that you give Withers, and for resurrection, any gold that you give Withers, and finally even that on Withers. Any gold that you give Withers, the more times for resurrection on Withers. Any gold that you give Withers, the more times more gold I would give. And the others get no purpose.
My head. Let's have a look.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Amazing start to the game.
Nothing more than meets the eye.
Anyway, you gotta touch the pool, right?
Better not be cursed. Oh, I feel better.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place you're free.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Us acquired.
We are free. Our freedom is ours, friend.
Sick backflip. But how are you gonna act like you don't also have a tadpole?
You are no thrall. Blackith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive. First, we exterminate the imps. I will not know failure.
Is that blood?
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle.
But for what?
The console hums, but what is its purpose? Will it free the captive, or transform her like that other unfortunate? Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming, and then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Hey, nat 20 on a DC2. Fantastic. Splat.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you. You keep dangerous company.
Finally. Let us make for the helm. We've wasted enough time.
She's right.
So, I thought you could kill this other Mind Flayer without aggroing us, if us didn't see you, but that turns out not to be the case.
Take two. Whatever comes, I'm ready.
One of the funny things is that it doesn't actually matter what resources you use while you're on the Nautiloid, because these restoration pods just bring them right back. But as soon as you land after the Nautiloid, you have to start being super careful about every single thing you use.
Ignore the devil. We must take the transponder.
I'll give it a shot.
The helm's alien transponder. You've made it in time. As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Very well.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible? We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company. One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Lead the way.
God's favorite princess acquired.
Let's get on with it.
More for me?
Anyway, I pick up all this stuff. Let's get back to fighting.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
You fight well. Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Progress?
Please? Hurry. I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Just a dumb boar. You're relieved until you see the flash of a dagger.
Don't we? I saw you on the ship. Free, scuttling about. You're in league with them, aren't you? Those tentacle... Ah! They took you too. I saw it during... whatever just happened. You know, I was ready to go this alone. But maybe sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea. And anyone that can crash a mind flayer ship and walk away seems like a good person to know. All right. I accept. Lead on.
Stabby Boy acquired.
Don't touch me.
All right. What now? Seems like a good moment to talk.
You approach the dying monster. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion?
Nah, I'm good.
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Dead goblins over there.
What's going on with that
Worth
room?
checking for supplies, maybe.
It's unstable somehow.
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
A hand? Anyone? Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together? Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved. Or something to that
What
effect.
is bro yapping about?
But before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone. It was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. For I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favor.
A literal bomb acquired. I'm gonna reclass Gale as soon as I get Withers anyway, so it doesn't really matter what I pick here. And now that I have a full party, I think I'm gonna call the first episode there. So, do you think this challenge is gonna be possible? Or do you have any tips for me? Let me know in the comments section.
Let's
See ya.
have a look.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of our no sleep playthrough of Baldur's Gate. Today we get to do a little bit of combat, but still nothing too hard. But more importantly, we get Bone Man! And we get to finally respec everybody into the classes that they're gonna be for the rest of the playthrough.
Maybe there's another entrance.
We're also going to start spamming guidance here, and we're never going to stop again until the Elder Brain is defeated. In fact, let's go ahead and throw a counter up on the screen for guidance.
What now?
That's a nice room full of traps. It'd be a shame if a level 2 rogue disarmed the whole thing.
Be careful. There are traps about.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
What's inside? Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock. As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what? Gods. These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the Second Sundering. The last 3 names in this book sit close together, but are so devastated by the scrawl as to be unreadable. Entire pantheons have dwindled and been reborn, silently recorded by this book.
Never wanted the easy path.
Jurgle? I didn't think anyone worshipped the Scribe of the Dead.
Don't worry, he doesn't want anybody to worship him either.
That might be worth a look.
Oh no, a skeleton ambush. Who could have foreseen this?
Health. Something just woke up down here.
Let them come.
Death won't take me yet. No choice but to keep going. I'll strike you down.
Can't afford to let up. On I go.
They didn't want to surrender their valuables, even after death.
They're unthinking cadavers. I may as well feel sorry for a breadbasket.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Withers really gave us the feet pics for free?
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me. Right, as always. What a curious way to awaken. Now, I have a question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life? An arbiter of certain matters. But that is not important now. Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life? In death, that is so. Very well. I am satisfied. We have met, and I know thy face. We will see each other again at the proper time and place. Farewell.
Since healing's limited in this playthrough, we're gonna see this a lot. Multiple injured people stand on top of each other like this, and then you throw down one potion to splash heal everybody.
What's that?
I don't have a shovel yet. I'm actually gonna have to remember to come back here later to dig this up.
My faith will guide me. I must keep going.
So now we get to reclass some people into the class that they're gonna stay as for the rest of the game.
Ah, another. Thy name has been recorded. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
And we're gonna start with Shadowheart. And
As
thematically,
thou
we can leave her as a cleric, but I'm gonna switch her over to a life cleric. And even though spell slots are a long rest resource, and so they're not gonna come back, sometimes you still need to use spells to heal in combat. And life cleric makes Shadowheart's healing spells better. And the other thing it gives you is being able to use your channel divinity to heal people. And channel divinity comes back on short rest, not just on long rest. And life cleric also gives you heavy armor proficiency, which should hopefully help protect Shadowheart a little bit when she goes into melee range in combat. only going to steal back the gold from Withers for this first set of reclasses. After that, I'm not stealing any gold from Withers.
Leave immediately. Let us confer.
As thou desire.
And the Wizard class kinda sucks without long resting, so we're gonna have to reclass Gale entirely. But I'm gonna change him to a Druid so that thematically he can still be a full spellcaster. But he'll also have wild shape charges, and those come back on short rests. Also, it's kind of underappreciated, but Wildberry is a more efficient healing spell than Cure Wounds, so Druid also gets that.
Keep your distance, darling. Thank you. They won't see me coming.
I've got a long road ahead.
Now that that's done, I can officially say Bone Man acquired.
Zoru was right. Yellow as a toad, twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
Get rid of them.
She's right. No one's safe if that thing goes loose. Not even us.
Damaze?
Enough. Lower the trap. Ready your blade.
You've but one chance. Join me or die.
No!
You lying rat!
Allow me to demonstrate.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My people possess the cure for this infection. I must find a creche. You will join me.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
Make space, and my might is yours. Very well, but heed my words. The Horned Ones mentioned a camp. One there, this Zoru, has seen Githyanki. A creche must be near. I must interrogate this Zoru. Our very lives depend on it. I will be at your camp. Do not keep me waiting.
An angry frog acquired. I decided to heal with a spell here instead of potions because since I was the only one that was still injured, I figured I could heal myself up with one spell instead of spending multiple potions on just one person. It probably wasn't worth it, but oh well.
Chatter already, Tusky. It is done.
And I don't end up changing a thing on Lae'zel except for giving her the Everburn blade that we got from the Nautiloid. And with that, we're going to bring episode 2 to a close. And next episode, we get into some more serious combat and questing, so we'll get to see how that goes. Thanks for watching, and let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments section. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to episode 3 of our No Sleep Honor Mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And today we're going to be defending the Grove and then stealing a bunch of stuff from it, basically. So let's jump into it.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second!
What's going on?
Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now!
You let goblins here? Where is the druid?
Please! There's no time!
By the 9 hells! Open the gate! Damnable roach! Provoke the blade and suffer its sting.
And basically, our goal with combat is to get through it, losing as little HP as possible and expending as few resources as possible. One of the interesting things is that on higher difficulties, the computer's AI gets better, but that actually includes your allies' AI, because you're trying to tell me that anybody is throwing a health potion there on easier difficulties?
Nemesis.
Oh, wow. I'm actually kind of amazed we both made our saving throw there.
Scout! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Shoot the bastards! For the absolute!
Make way!
Do we use action search here? No! That would be a resource we don't get back. I actually really considered if Gale should use a wild shape here, because you get several, and they come back on short rest, and he can stay in wild shape after the combat ends. But I'm pretty sure we can clean this up without it.
Sol Invictus!
Thanks, bud. Nice, 14 damage in one hit. This Everburnt blade is great. Will, what are we randomly taking opportunity attacks for?
It's as if.
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Open the gate!
Damn it, Gale.
Little beast stuff, so this place doesn't look like much.
Gale, again?
Open up.
Ooh, shiny. I'm definitely going to use these to help me steal everything from the Grove. So I love the dialogue in this game, so I'm going to let it all play out. But if you want to skip all the dialogue, skip to about 1450 in the video.
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
And who the hell are you again?
Show some respect. This woman saved your pathetic life.
Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help.
Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward!
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
You're right. There's too much at stake.
Worried about your precious hides, the both of you.
Enough! Squabbling is pointless. The goblins have found us.
At least we agree on that.
Goblins could arrive at any moment. Lovely.
I'm more worried about this parasite than a few goblins. We need a healer.
I've never had cause to visit a druid's grove before. Magic weighs heavier here. seeking solace in root and soil. Grounding, one might say. Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, City of Splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment. I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. There.
Well, this seems like a lovely little spot. The sense of impending doom aside. Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
Every Githyanki has held a sword by age 6, and claims their first kill by age 10. Yet these tieflings claim barely a single warrior among them. It's a wonder they've survived even this long.
I understand much beyond your comprehension. More to the point, I know the cure for our condition. It is imperative we locate a creche. You do well to observe more and question less. Yes, in great detail. It starts with a fever and memory loss. Then you start to hallucinate. Your hair falls out, and you bleed from every orifice.
Your bones will change form. Your jaw will split to allow room for 4 great tentacles.
All skin will turn to gore and be shed to reveal new flesh underneath.
Then you have ceased to exist, and a mind flayer is born. Words forged in steel. May your actions express the same metal.
We must find my kind and be rid of the parasite. It's as simple as that.
The first symptoms should have long since started, though. That is what puzzles me.
Yes, if you give it no further thought.
But anomalies lead to surprises. Bad surprises.
Besides, what hasn't happened may yet come to pass.
I expect I am your first.
Of course you haven't. They would have cut you from navel to neck. You are no less alien to me than I am to you. I know of your kind, but I do not often encounter them. That large, fleshy nose of yours looks like a mistake.
It was an observation, not a compliment. No matter. I do not intend to stay long in this place.
I need a quick word.
Forgive that display. Aradin's a blowhard, but that's no cause for me to join him. Thank you for your help out there. I'm Zevlor. Well met. I should warn you, visitors are no longer welcome in this grove. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve. There have been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here. Nobody's welcome anymore. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters. I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though... I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her, for more time to prepare, if nothing else.
Really? We're messengers now.
We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city. You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
Asterion just hates helping people. His approval is down to 0 now.
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel. Of sorts. Used to be a bread and butter tinsmith before Elturel fell into Avernus. These days my talents are more eclectic. Learned a lot in my time in the Hells. Hope to forget most of it. But between you and me, there's nothing in all the realms like the utter power of infernal machinery. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
I want to start out by getting Damon up to 100 approval, so now we just have to give him everything valuable we've found so far.
Watch your back.
Alright, time to start stealing stuff now.
I won't leave them behind.
Hey Roland, you're kinda looking right where I want to be stealing, so could you move please?
Moving ahead.
Hells! We can't just leave. They're kin!
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once. Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blades and spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay! These people aren't fighters. We can help!
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Thank you. It's the right thing to do, and you know it.
She's right, Roland. We're better than this. Zerg. Fine, I'll stay too. Lest you both end up with your throats slit by goblin blade.
Thank you, Roland.
Yeah, perfect Roland. Just walk right over there.
Let's have a rummage. A quick profit. Quick and easy. What a generous pocket.
Oh wait, I forgot to put the gloves on. Can't have that.
You're being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
Wow, I didn't think that was gonna work.
They believe you. For now. But something tells you they won't be so receptive to your charms again.
What can we rescue?
Can't keep the goblins out forever.
Light candy from a gnome. So, they're my voodoo. Delightful. Pleasant oblivious. A little souvenir. You're coming with me. Almost too easy.
Alright, I'm gonna stop stealing stuff for now.
Tread lightly.
What? Why is he walking all the way over here? Oh, nope, I'm out of here. You suspect nothing. Perfect. Alright, let's do one more important thing before this episode ends.
Children! Look who's here.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad. Again.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
You're on the right path, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward, and his thoughts become yours. You are the Blade of Frontiers, racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship. Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming back. But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil. A threat to the living. Evil incarnate.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Advocatus Diaboli. A devil's advocate. A champion in the blood war between diabolical forces and demons.
I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash. Her name is Karlach, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mind Flayer ship, but the damned illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a little space.
Oh, gladly. This circus is all yours, my friend.
I like how you think.
And with that, average guy acquired.
Defender of the people.
And with that, I think we're going to bring episode 3 to a close. So let me know what you think of the series so far, or any tips you have down in the comments section below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no sleep playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and today we're going to still try to keep making as much progress as we can while using as few resources as possible. We're going to be moving the story along, moving some quests along, and also trying to level up without having to use a lot of resources. And also, we just got Will, and we're about to save Arabella from Kaga. So we're going to switch out for all our good aligned characters and then go help Arabella.
Please, let us through.
Let my daughter go right now!
She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Ragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Well, they're a bit grumpy, aren't they?
Carl Magrin, give her a chance. You, get back! No, and you'll find trouble all the same unless you get out of my sight.
A moment, Giona.
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
That's right, I'm kind of a big deal. I'm also very humble, by the way. Also, Volo's about to yap for a while, so if you want to skip all of Volo's yapping, skip to this timestamp.
You there! Hello! Ah, my good friend. You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest. Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Goblins were of a rare, jam-colored hue and wielded magic blowguns. And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety? Witness declined to comment on nature of dragon. Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the Absolute when they fell upon the gates? They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiet in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal! Oh, I'd imagine him quite displeased. Since their change in allegiance, these goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to door roll. Why, goblins, obviously. Well, someone ought to chronicle these curious events. I'd heard the master of this place, a druid called Halsin, might be able to point me in the right direction. But he's been quite captured by them already. Ironic, really.
Oh, never you mind. Who needs mercy when you've a quick tongue, hmm? And an invisibility potion stashed in your back pocket?
Until we meet again.
Just a moment. This man is recording my story. I am far from home.
As the colourful man starts scribbling, the bear sneaks a quick look at the page. His brow furrows. Incomprehensible squiggles surround a crude sketch. A bear disemboweling a clutch of tieflings.
Come on. All the druids can understand me. You can. Why can't the man with the pen? I traveled a long way.
The man nods thoughtfully and adds another dismembered limb to his sketch.
Would that we could speak freely, my Ursine friend.
Alas, I've never learned to converse with you.
He didn't come back, did he? His smell is gone. He's gone.
Master, he left with the weaponed two legs.
He said he'd be back.
But I can smell them, the weaponed ones, and I cannot smell him. He's not coming back. No, the woods have gone dark. There's too many predators lately, even for Master.
Also, there's like a cool amulet hiding under a rock down here by this bear, which I forgot to pick up here. So, like, can somebody remind me to pick that up later? Thanks.
I thought you were Halcyon.
The boar prances around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently.
Where's Halcyon? Promise me a mate.
Look, I don't know what the connection is between Halcyon and the love life of this boar, but I won't ask any questions if you won't.
Return to me then. Tell me what you find. Tell only me. Understand? Speak. The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not. Forgive me. It is not you I fear. It is my brethren. More follow Korga every day. They are afraid, and she offers a simple solution. Eject the refugees, and we will be safe. A druid and an outsider. We can do nothing without turning the others against us. Only Master Halcyon can stop this. I pray my bird returns with news of him. If not, I fear for my people. Find Nettie in her room. Through the carved door, deeper in the grove. The ritual is Korga's decision, but she is not our leader. Master Halcyon welcomed the refugees in. I wait for him to resolve this.
We will imprison the...
Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Korga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger. Girl? You mean parasite? She eats our food, drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks. Wrath, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Come, Korga. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it. The words of the Tree Father, spoken plain. It is as you say. Sifisif, Tila, to me.
Look at all that sweet companion approval.
Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
It hurts.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halcyon...
Halcyon isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions? Couldn't agree more. The girl wasn't innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage. Positive. You can trust me on that. I hate wolves.
I didn't realize you were frightened of wolves, Shadowheart.
Sweet, we get the back-to-back Shadowheart
Everyone's frightened
lore.
of... I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves. They're ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbor. Don't be surprised if I'm reluctant to face any more. You will? Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You didn't know? I see you. Just give me a moment.
This medicatrix.
There. It's up to her now. Life or death. Now, what was it you needed? I do what I can. For most folks, that's enough. Come here. Let's have a look at you. You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes, maybe.
Yeah, I got a tadpole in my head. No biggie, though.
A tadpole? A mind flayer tadpole? I'll do what I can. Come, follow me. I might be able to help. We need to be quick. This way. Head on in.
There's something in that vessel.
This one had the same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods together with some goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Rather too common as of late. At least that's what Master Halsin suspected. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things. Studied them. Still, we have options. You don't have to be here for this.
No, I'll stay. I'd rather know exactly what you're up to.
All right. Let's see what we can do. Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening. Any symptoms? Strange events?
Hold that thought. Quick little mid-conversation trade here.
Victims can identify each other. Not that the others know they're victims, of course. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening. A mind flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms. I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here. You know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a mind flayer infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you. Maybe more. Master Halsin and I were tracking, studying, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of mind flayers out there. But you're not. weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal. For one, that thing in your head is like nothing we've ever seen from mind flayers. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers. Telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow. Hard to say, but there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne, and I've no idea why. When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading that way, he saw a chance to get answers, joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back. I think so. I hope so. I've sent birds to find him, but they can't get close without goblins trying to shoot them down. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound? Thank you. It would mean everything to the Grove. To me. I wish I could tell you more. But only those adventurers know what happened out there. All I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne. And Master Halsin didn't make it back. Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath. One step at a time, Nettie. Come on.
Wyvern. It's lethal stuff. Let's hope we won't have to sample its delights.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Yeah, now that Nettie's out of here, if you guys will give me a minute, I'm just gonna steal everything in this room, okay? Also, I'm picking up some scrolls here, and I guess I need somebody to remind me to use my scrolls in combat, because I'm terrible at not using them. And in this playthrough, scrolls are going to be even more important.
Looks like Halsin's our best bet for a cure.
We know the man, we know the mission. Let's go find him.
Assuming the goblins haven't killed him by now.
He won't get off that easily. We can force his corpse to talk if it comes to that.
Holy cow, Shadowheart. That's even more dark when you know her backstory. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna steal some stuff in here too.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Never wanted an easy path. I'll take that. Free for the taking.
Oh, Mrs. Manus, just one.
Don't waste a step.
This will all be over. The ritual's almost finished. What if the we've shown them what?
Just gonna pop back here real quick and steal this chest while nobody's looking.
Don't give me trouble now.
No, Shadowheart's too far away to cast guidance. Surely that's not gonna be a problem. Oh. Wait, Kaga's evil? Who could have seen that coming? Nice, we get level 3 off that discovery. Also, that guy is the worst guard in the history of guards. So I think to finish this episode out, we can go through our party's build so far and what I'm planning to do with each character. So to start, I'm a bard, and I can throw out Vicious Mockery and Bardic Inspiration, and I can also shoot things with my bow and arrow, and I'm going to be passing all the charisma checks for the party, and for my first feat at level 4, I'm planning to take Actor to get even better at the charisma checks. And Gale is a druid who can turn into a bear, and he gets those wild shape charges back on short rest. And when he levels up, we might do some owlbear jumping around for damage shenanigans. Also, apparently if you take Tavern Brawler, it does apply to druids' wild-shaped, unarmed attacks, so we might try that on Gale. Will, not the underwear. Anyway, Will is a Great Old One Warlock, so he gets some free hit points back. I'm mostly planning on him being a Eldritch Blast Cannon, but I'm also taking Pact of the Blade here so that he can still smack things in melee range. So Shadowheart is a life cleric, and she might be the least useful one in combat so far, but she does have heavy armor proficiency, and she has high strength, so she can smack things with her hammer, and she can use Healing Word or Cure Wounds to get people up when they get downed.
Not this one, nor this one, and this one are less worthy still. I riddle thee not. I speak only what requires telling. Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin to thine own, ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name. They bear great discontentment with their destiny. For a mere pittance of coin, I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking. Most willingly, forsooth. Their passions doth run deep for what hath been wrought upon them. Very well. No, thy coin purse is near empty.
Damn, Withers just called me broke. Anyway, we'll do hirelings next episode. For now, let's go level up Lae'zel and Astarion.
Be wary of false promises. The missing druid, Halsin, was it? He may be talented, but only a Githyanki Zathis can cleanse an embedded tadpole. Entirely. I was as devoted to my studies as I was to my training. Each creche contains a Zathisk purification device. So I learned from the writings in the Kalir Library. The library was a gift from Vlaakith herself, that we may gain total understanding. Not books, but slates. Wisdom so profound it is etched into stone. Truth as perfect as the queen who decreed it. Countless scholars roam the astral sea and beyond, observing the ways of our lessers, exploring planes so distant order turns to chaos and cold fires rage. The planes are ever quaking, and their peoples ever shifting. The Githyanki possess an eternity of knowledge. Yet we still collect more. Infinities upon infinities.
So, Lae'zel is a champion fighter who has absolutely no resources except for Action Surge, which is great. And since the champion subclass makes her more likely to crit, I'm probably going to give her gear that's all about crit fishing, and I'm probably going to have her take Great Weapon Master. And finally, Astarion. Right now he has 3 levels of Thief Rogue, and I'm probably going to do the Rogue Monk multiclass with him. And that's about it. Next episode, we're going to have to get through some combat encounters, so we're going to get to see how this party does in combat. So come back next time for that, and let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments section down below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to episode 5 of our no-sleep hardcore playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And before we leave the Grove, we have some business to take care of with the Tiefling kids. Now, I've always been a fan of the Tiefling kids, so today we get to see if they're all doing alright. We also have a few other loose ends to tie up in the Grove, but first, we do a little bit of thievery. You know, it's really amazing how much Astarion can steal from the Grove, and everyone is pretty much okay with it. Alright, Astarion, you just steal everything out of that guy's pockets, and we're all gonna be over here hiding out of sight. Is that okay? Thanks, buddy.
Watch your back.
It would actually be better if Shadowheart had cast guidance on him before he ran away, but I forgot to do that here, so you guys remind me to do that next time, okay? Also, I looked it up just for this playthrough. Shopkeepers restock anytime you long rest, or anytime you level up, which means for this playthrough, we can go around and steal stuff from shopkeepers every time we level up.
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now. It's wise to check the content of your purse before offering it to others.
Wow, even this guy just called us broke. I promise we will get more money soon.
I've got a long road ahead.
Trust no one.
No one stopped me yet. How much farther can I go?
I guess Auron just stabs Astarion one time for 6 points of damage, and then is like, alright, we're cool now. I'm not mad anymore.
You're an idiot.
You! Saw you fighting those slimy bastards. Fancy a bowl? Best to fill your belly now, while we still can.
Halflings are such a mood.
You're an easy one to please, aren't you? Here, have more. We'll need every bit of strength to make it to Baldur's Gate. Trust me.
I am not kidding you guys when I say that Auntie Ethel is my most hated character in the whole game.
Ah, if it isn't the talk of the camp. Thank goodness you came along when you... Oh. There isn't a bit of colour in those cheeks, Petal. Are you hurt? Cold? Feverish? Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. Aha! You take a sup at that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie. Oh, 'tis just a healing potion, nothing fancy. Here. You just look like you might need a pick-me-up. I'm sorry to go on about it, but are you all right? You're looking awful peaky. Oh, stop! Even on a good day, half the camp acts like a bunch of screaming brats. I'm tempted to smack them all on the backside and tell them to kiss and make up. Not that they'd listen to little old me. Anyway, do you need anything? I have a few odds and ends for sale.
Oh, little old me, I'm just an ugly green hag who eats kids and tortures people for fun.
Take care now.
Okay, now I have something evil to do, and since I want all my companions to like me, I'm gonna dismiss all but the evil companions, so that none of the good ones see me do it.
Something the matter? If you're sure. A shame. I thought we were doing well together. Perhaps I'll see you at camp. Farewell.
By Mordai's eyes, another one. My friend's blood not enough. Come to rip me open too.
In Kresh Kalir, a formal greeting begins with a bow.
Is this monster with you?
I am not proud of this, but I need those Lae'zel approval points.
Lower.
You saw another Gith. Where?
On the road to Baldur's Gate, near the mountain pass. Saw us before we saw it. Jammed its blade through Yul's belly. Straight to the other side.
No twisting. Kin must have been in a hurry. The map. Show me. Up. You can keep your innards.
Oh, you're not going to eviscerate him? I was hoping for a show.
Cool your blood. I'll indulge you soon enough.
Lae'zel lore, let's go.
The locals prove compliant. A useful trait. The Tiefling was clear. If there are Githyanki west of here, that must be our objective. Purification cannot wait. I am unfamiliar with the... well, I shall not say culture. Custom, perhaps. You will educate me on matters of this Fey run. The Kresh holds the Zaithisk. It will cleanse us of the parasite. By covenant, I can say no more.
Alright, let's go switch for our good companions again to go talk to some tiefling kids.
Something the matter? All right, some company wouldn't hurt.
How can I help? I'd be delighted. Though, someone else will need to watch the cook pot, of course. Magical. So, shall we?
Well met.
Sorry, but there's no room for me. I like how you think.
Approval check. 12, 19, and 5. We're doing pretty good, and we'll have a chance to get more approval for Will at Joaquin's Rest.
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring. He's still staring right past you. You see nothing out of the ordinary. When you turn back, there's no trace of the child.
You ever scare me like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom, I'm fine. Stop it.
Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know what we'd do without her. Likewise. Arabella?
Thank you for helping me. Stop. I was fine.
Mother was a heartbeat away from fighting a bear.
Isn't that how Mum usually...
Quiet, you pup.
Hold out your hand, lady. Let me show you something. Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky. Call it. Heads or tails? Heads it is. See? That's the kind of luck you get from one of my lucky rings. I've got more where that came from. Real cheap, too. Interested? Okay, fair. Let's go again. Heads or tails? Call it. Heads! There. Happy? You got it. One sec. That's what I got.
Okay, let's see. Ring of Resistance to Ants, Infinite Wishes, Leakinesis, and being really invisible. Yeah, Mattis has got all her bases covered.
Nothing. You suddenly feel something moving against your back and turn.
I can't do this anymore, Mattis. I'm sorry.
Quick break for Gale lore.
Tiring business, isn't it? All this traveling and adventuring. Why don't we take a little break, Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important. We've been on the road together for a while now, haven't we? Survived some perils, overcame some obstacles. Ever since you were kind enough to free me from that stone, I've seen you demonstrate remarkable guile and courage. The way you diffused the tension between Zevlor and Aradin. The way you got Korga to release the girl. In short, I've grown to trust you. The reason I make a point of saying this is that I've grown confident enough to tell you something I've yet to tell another living soul, except for my cat. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly. The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with, though not without some effort. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside. I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway. Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It's only a matter of time before my craving returns. That is why I turn to you.
I need you to help me find magic items to consume. It is vital. Dare I say it? Critical. You have my thanks. And fear not. Your implicit trust is well placed and will be rewarded with any and all means at my disposal. I'm sure we won't have to look very far to find what I need. Faerun overflows with magic-infused treasure. As do our packs, as a matter of fact. We've such an item already in our possession. Primed for the moment the need arises. I hope I can count on you.
My job too. The druid.
We got that lore now because we got Gale above 20 approval. Nice.
That's what Mole says.
Hey, you here to trade or? Yeah, I know. I was standing right here telling her to rob you. I am sorry. Sorry we're still talking about this. Look, you caught her. Good for you. You aren't a chump like everyone else around here. Now, do me a favor. Make room for the chumps.
Look, that was a pretty stupid thing for Mattis to say. I love the tiefling kids, but they can be idiots sometimes.
That's curious.
Since I'm a halfling, I can actually fit down this hole, even though nobody else in the party could. So now we get to head down here and finally talk to the leader of this whole thing.
You don't look so tough. Mole fought off a hobgoblin all by herself.
Well, look who's come to visit. My kids say you've been busy since you got here.
You saved Arabella from the druids. Don't know what those bastards would have done.
And thanks for going easy on Sylphie. Not many marks would have done the same. We're saving up for a better hideout when we get to Baldur's Gate. Why? You planning on telling me stealing is wrong? Won't turn down free money. I've got operating costs you wouldn't believe. Come see me in the city sometime, huh? I'll repay this and then some. See you around, maybe. Never see us coming.
Oh. Hello again. Mole's in charge here, not me.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I do, as a matter of fact. Revenge. You saw what those bastards that run the place were doing to Arabella, scaring the precious mite. I want to steal that big, shiny idol they're all chanting at. The important thing is to get it away from them. That ritual's gonna get us all killed. And we can sell it once we get to the city. Thing like that's gotta be worth a small fortune. Sure, when we sell it in the city, I'll make sure you get your cut. Be careful. They look as brittle as old bark. But they're vicious. Anything else? You've been a friend to us. Come back anytime.
Fun fact, I've never actually done this quest for Mole before, but I'm gonna try it for the first time in honor mode. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. And since Mole apparently doesn't think stealing is wrong, I decided I might help myself to some of their stuff down here. But it turns out they have basically nothing good, so I guess we just gotta head out.
Moving ahead.
And now we have just one more person to go talk to before we wrap up this episode. But you might say he's even the main character of this whole story.
Ah, you're addressing me, a humble ox. How quaint.
And we managed to squeeze in one cast of guidance before the end of this episode. Nice.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears to be.
No. You are incapable. I'll tell you this much. I'm going to Baldur's Gate, with or without the rest of these poor sods. Now, that's all I have to say besides, and I really mean this, move. Move along. I mean, move.
That orc seems a little too interested in me.
Another one. What are you under there, then? Ant? Or rocks? The keepers of this place, they change their form to fit their need. They become birds, to hunt on the wing, bears to tear flesh with teeth. But for me, only oxen, only same old hay. And I cannot even eat it, because the horned ones hide their shiny bits inside. Hiding things. Thinking they're clever. Not clever. Sometimes I eat the shiny bits, and they have to go looking for them on the other end.
Be gone. I am hungry.
Big mood.
Let's have a look.
And with that, we are gonna wrap up episode 5. Thanks for watching so far, and in the next episode, we get to go meet the devil. And then, after that, I disrespect the combat in honor mode just a little bit too much. So let me know what you guys think of the series so far in the comments section below. And I'll see you guys next episode. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And it's interesting when you do a no sleep playthrough that there's a lot of elements of the game that you won't be able to experience at all. For instance, without ever sleeping, we're never going to be able to romance anybody, and we're never going to get the tiefling party. However, there's still a lot of quests, storylines, and experiences that our main character, Insomniac, is going to get to experience as we do our playthrough. And today, she gets to start down the road of several of those storylines.
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat.
Squat, bow-legged. Goblins, I'd say.
What's inside?
I'm stashing away all of these potion ingredients for now, but pretty soon we're going to recruit a hireling who's going to be our designated potion maker, and we're going to make a whole bunch of potions all at once.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
Stop it! You're scaring him. You're a true soul. You can't die. Please, stay with us.
I don't think he's conscious. Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a step closer.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Yeah, no, we don't really fail rolls around here.
He's hurt badly. An owlbear got him deep. If there's anything you can do...
I'm watching you.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head. Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric and Brenna, new recruits, yours to shepherd.
Protect them. She is a true soul. Mind her. She will... She...
Edwin! Ed! Please!
He's with the Absolute now. You're a true soul. Edwin, our brother, he was chosen. Like you. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
What?
It killed one of us. It killed Edwin. It's an enemy of the Absolute. You're right, madam. The beast must be destroyed.
The cave is just ahead. It was too much for us before, but if you could help us, True Soul,
I'm gonna have them help me fight the owlbear, even though they can end up killing the owlbear cub, but that's a risk we'll have to take.
True soul? Absolute? What do they mean?
Sounds like a cult, and the Absolute is bending their ears.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Your limbs move of their own accord. There's something of value, something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
Like I said before, I'm gonna try to do this whole playthrough without using any tadpoles, but we'll see how it goes.
Abandon their hosts as soon as they need to. Vile parasites.
Can't believe one of those things lives in my brain.
You're an impressive fighter, Gale. You should consider a new name.
I take it you have some suggestions?
The Wizard Wonder. Or, how about, the Master of the Weave?
Tempting, but I think we might already have the maximum number of theatrical titles.
I like leaving in as much of the party banter as I can, because all the little interactions between your party members is one of the best parts of this game. There's some good loot up here, but speaking of important storylines that we still get to experience in this playthrough, there's an important character that we get to meet right up here.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service. Charmed, I'm sure, in more ways than one. We should have a chat, you and I, but not here. This quaint little scene is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my tastes. Come. There, middle of somewhere. The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last. Call it a ninth sense. What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain. Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really? A rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little with a tadpole in your head. One skull, two tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all like that.
Ah, we have our first person trying to make us a deal to give us absolute power. I don't trust them.
And what is madness but a denial of reality? Still, I've a feeling you'll change your mind before it's changed for you. Try to cure yourself, shop around, beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease. By all means, bite the hand that feeds you, while you still have teeth. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
I don't want to make a deal with Raphael, but I'm going to give each of my companions the answer they want to hear about Raphael so that I can get that sweet approval.
Do you feel as flattered as I do? Fighting to dine with a devil.
Don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation merely illustrates his own. I think he wants something from us. Badly. And in that knowledge lies our opportunity. Our souls. But I suspect that's but his opening offer. Let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
If there's one quality all the denizens of the Hells embody, it's ambition. A quality they share with many humans, come to think of it.
By figuring out his true intentions. Fact 1, there's something very strange and very powerful about our tadpoles. Fact 2, a devil offers to take it away.
Devils aren't known to aid mortals out of simple kindness. Whatever Raphael wants, we must be the key to getting it, along with our tadpoles. So, I say for now, we wait. If I'm right, Raphael will seek us out again, and when he does, there's a mighty bargain to be made.
Remember his Cormyrean rhyme? Down came the claw. Perhaps we should start growing our nails.
I am surprised Gale wants to make a deal with Raphael, but I guess he's ambitious for power. Also, let me move away from this bush so it doesn't keep messing up the cutscenes.
Bloody hells. Literally. Just when I think I've got a grasp on our dilemma, a devil shows up. No matter. We've dealt with every other oddity thrown at us lately. We can handle this one too. Now, as for this Raphael, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him? No doubts at all. He seemed powerful and very knowledgeable about our problem. Not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. As long as you can look past what he is.
The only thing Shadowheart wants is for you to not have any doubts and for you to stick to your guns, even when she tries to make you doubt yourself. Also, I'm going to interrupt Shadowheart right here, because coming up there's a really cool detail that I just noticed on this playthrough. Raphael's music actually starts playing in the middle of Shadowheart's speech right here.
Fear and self-doubt is sufficient. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us.
To me, that's such a cool detail for them to put in.
Cunning people. Private. And very dangerous at times. Perhaps you'll meet them one day. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
The Devil with the Silver Tongue. An old fairy tale my father read to me. The kind with a hero, a villain, and a moral. A farmer made a deal with the devil, so the story goes. In exchange for the farmer's dearest fruit, the devil granted him a bottomless coin purse. The farmer's dearest fruit, naturally, was no apple nor peach, but his beloved daughter. We can learn a lot from fairy tales, don't you think? Refuse him no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost's always too great. That's because you still have hope. But when he becomes your last hope, remember this. He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with. And then require more still. You might think you'd give up anything for a cure. But the devil won't take just anything. He'll take everything.
Something over there. This has a Harper sigil. Why were they here?
Nice, now I can cast Guidance and don't have to always use Shadowheart.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth. The creatures clutch the pouch possessively. You have no doubt a spider egg is nestled within. Your voice draws their attention. They are suspicious, then curious, and finally, at peace. One by one, the spiders retreat to the rear of the crevice, lulled by your murmurs. You stash the bag. Something clinks among the coins.
Need to find a way forward.
I saw you training those children. You were so gentle. That's not how I was taught.
Cruel words strengthen neither heads nor hearts, Shadowheart.
I wouldn't quite say that. I learned a lesson, after all.
And came to resent your tutor, I bet. I taught them to fight, not to hate.
So, Will, what was the Blade of Frontier's toughest kill?
Ah, it was a great scrap. A hungry minotaur with a hankering for human flesh. An axe-bearing mountain of fur she was. Gave me a nasty scar.
I hope you don't mind if I don't ask to see it.
Shadowheart and Will do be yapping a lot.
So, Will with a Y. Why?
Why? That's right.
But why?
Why? A great uncle to name, my father said. But I just figured he couldn't spell.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
Were they heading to the Druid's Grove?
I don't know if I'm missing something about this goblin's drawing, because I'm not sure what it's supposed to be for.
Alright, what now? At the ready. Maybe I need more pockets.
Movement on the roofs. I sense a classic ambush in the making.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go around and talk my way out of this one.
You sniffing where you ain't ought to be, friend. Might have to take that nose.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
That's a nice persuasion bonus right there.
Now, go on. Ain't bothered mucking my blade with ya. But mind your manners.
Nice, that's 170 XP without having to do anything.
Light on my feet.
So I'm just going to fast forward as I grab all this stuff for later.
Always room for more? Says there's a cellar here somewhere.
I don't see one.
Better not be cursed.
So we're going to finish this episode with some combat against some skeletons. And I gotta say, I walked into this fight totally unprepared. I had just played this fight in another playthrough, and I was able to kill these skeletons no problem. So I really wasn't worried about it this time. But yeah, I walk in here, these three companions are not the strongest in combat. I don't have elixirs on any of them. Shadowheart has heavy armor proficiency, but I don't have heavy armor on her. I'm just totally unprepared for this combat.
That might be worth it.
This is my time. Will's role in combat is just to be an Eldritch Blast Cannon.
I know just what to do.
Death is but a word away.
Solid victory.
Gale is mostly either going to be throwing cantrips or wild shaping.
Mine is the advantage.
Talk to me.
Shadowheart is a strength-based character, so she should probably be melee attacking as often as possible. It's right about here that I'm thinking I may have messed up.
Battle favors the fearless. No blue, all doom.
This is why we take Druid, because Wild Shape Bear is a whole nother set of hit points, and the Wild Shapes come back on short rest. However, the Bear doesn't have the best AC, and on Honor mode, enemies love attacking the ally who has the lowest AC.
I'm not going to last much longer.
Path. I've found my mark.
A tale for the ages.
And we missed that same skeleton again. Damage and then 11 damage? Are you kidding me? Frightened gives disadvantage on attack rolls, so I figured I could leave that guy till last instead of finishing him off.
Today you fool. No time to waste.
I think I'm gonna have to burn a couple more spell slots to get through this one. And they both saved.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
I don't fancy their chances.
Wait a minute, Gale's a beast with Shalala.
Don't get too close.
Some healing for a wizard in need.
And I'm back down again.
Fleet of foot.
A little help, please.
Rough tempest I will raise.
Okay, forget getting Gale back up. I'm just gonna kill him.
Need to act fast. Have to keep going. Not going to last much longer. Got to focus.
Blade at the ready.
Oh, finally. That was way too hard. And with that, I think we're going to call it for this episode of this playthrough. Next episode, we're going to bring everybody back to life, we're going to recruit some hirelings, and we're going to have some combat that's we're a little bit better prepared for than this episode. So what do you think of this series so far? Let me know in the comment section below. See ya! Hey guys, and welcome back to our no sleep playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And last episode, we had a fight against some skeletons that we weren't really prepared for. But don't worry, this episode we're going to stock up, gear up, and be ready for whatever the game is going to throw at us. In order to prepare better for combat, we're going to need a couple of new allies, and we're also going to need to stock up on some supplies. But first, I think we're going to need to bring everybody back to life. And in that fight, Shadowheart fully died, so we're going to have Withers do our first full resurrection of this playthrough. And just as a reminder, any gold we spend on resurrections, we're not getting back, so that's a permanent gold sink for this run.
Never wanted the easy path.
Fate spins along as it should. Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead? As thou wishest.
Wow, Shadowheart is really looking messed up from that fight.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhap, which of them dost thou require? This is the price of balance. Thou wilt now find them as they were, exactly as thou last remembered them. By doom and dusk I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Cool. I didn't realize resurrecting Shadowheart was going to get an inspiration and was going to get approval from all of our allies. Now let's head back and finally loot the bodies after that fight. The worst part about that fight last episode being so hard is that these skeletons don't even drop anything good, so it wasn't even important that we fought them now.
Anything of use?
One of the cool things we do get is this scroll to summon Shovel. And I'm not actually sure the best way to use this, because on one hand, a wizard can scribe this spell and can summon Shovel as many times as they want, but I'm not planning on having a wizard adventuring around with the party. But on the other hand, if you just use this scroll, you can only summon Shovel once until he dies. So I'm not really sure the best thing to do with this scroll. Maybe you guys can let me know what you think.
The road to Baldur's Gate is a long one. Who knows how long it'll take these folks to get there on foot.
If they make it. They're slow, vulnerable. Half or more will die long before Basilisk Gate.
Doesn't seem to trouble you a jot.
What good would it do for me to be troubled? We can't save them all.
Next, we're going to unload all of our valuables onto the people in the grove, so that we can have a little bit more gold to spend on our party.
I should speak up.
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Next, we need a very particular set of skills to make the potions for our party.
Fate spins along as it should. As thou desire, choose.
So now we get to recruit Sir Fizzlelump to the party.
I've got a long road ahead.
Ah, I shall be here in thy camp, for whenever thou hast need of my services, as thou desire.
So the first thing Sir Fizzlelump is going to do is be the holder for all the utility spells for our party. And we're also going to load him up with as many utility cantrips as we can. And then we're going to make sure that he has medicine proficiency, and we're going to max out his wisdom, even above his intelligence. I think that should be about right for him. And now we're going to make him a transmutation wizard, which lets him, when he makes a potion, make a DC 15 medicine check. And if he succeeds, he actually doubles the potions that he makes. And then I'm going to need Arcane Lock for a particular kind of cheesy strategy later in the game, and other than that, I'm just going to keep taking utility spells on him.
Alright, what now?
Now let's just go ahead and transfer all of our potion ingredients over to Sir Fizzlelump. So I did the math, and with a 1d20, plus 2 from proficiency, and plus 3 from wisdom, and plus 1d4 from guidance, Sir Fizzlelump has a 67% chance of beating the 15 DC medicine check and doubling the potions when he makes a potion. So he ended up succeeding 6 of the 8 checks and giving us 6 extra potions for us to use as we keep powering through this very long day.
Let's get going.
Fun fact, Longstrider is a ritual spell that doesn't have a set duration, so you can actually put it on your whole party for free for the whole game. It's also the only spell in the game that's like this.
Speak. You're full up. Dismiss someone first. Good. Our victory is most certain.
Alright, let's get back to seeing what progress we can make in the Blighted Village.
So, aren't you worried your kind will punish you for consorting with us?
My name is Lae'zelk Chucky. And my kin will understand my need for servants. They will help you, but only if I ask.
Not to my taste, certainly.
Nice, there's the start of the Susar weapon quest.
Lae'zel, how would you punish someone who wronged you?
Wrong me how?
Oh, say, murder or theft?
Killing is good. It culls the weak. But theft would be paid for painfully, 1,000 times over.
Good to know.
You know what? I'm not even gonna heal up before I fight this guy.
To battle.
I've got a long road ahead.
Nice, quick and easy.
Weapon blueprints. A master blacksmith's work.
The sketching's rough. A work in progress, I reckon. Lae'zel, have you ever done a good deed just for the sake of it?
I have performed deeds well and efficiently. Is this what you mean?
Not exactly. But you answered my question.
A feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat. Your cautious method pays off. The dagger glides smoothly out of the mystery meat.
Alright, we got some more fights to win and another ally to pick up over this way. And we gotta keep moving. We're not taking a rest until we get rid of these tadpoles.
The blade of frontiers, hmm? Do you always need to be the center of attention?
Anything but. I don't fight to be flattered, Lae'zel. I fight to save lives.
Alright, let's heal up real quick before I accidentally trigger this hyena fight. And then let's go and get our strongest allies in combat for this fight before we start it.
Something's on my mind.
Yes? I would, but you have so many friends already. Well, in that case, I'm all yours.
So, you know about these parasites. Will we survive them?
Only if my people extract them. The only other cure is the blade.
Okay. Wonderful. Let's prowl. Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
There's actually some darkness in these bushes, so Astarion can sneak attack from them. What? Why can he still do that when I switch it to turn-based mode?
You fight well, but you're so efficient. Why not have a little fun?
Fun? I fight to win, not to make spectacles.
What a waste.
I mean, I guess if I just one-shot the hyena, that works too to keep it from healing.
Just like old times.
Oh, there it is. They finally spotted us.
Victory awaits.
This is my time.
Victory awaits.
Let's have some carnage. Let's find some prey. I've missed this. Now they see me.
Oh, I guess Astarion can't hide in this bush at all now because these gnolls have dark vision.
Let my name be known.
Never a dull moment.
Let's go. That's what a fight is supposed to look like. We didn't even take a single hit.
I believe this.
Eager for battle.
Never a dull moment. It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do that. Cool. There's the start of the Lost Shipment quest.
Might be useful.
There's so much food. I'm gonna sell it all for money.
At the ready.
Now we can head down here and pick up everybody's favorite one-horned girl.
The key. I wonder what it opens.
Okay, if you want to skip all of Karlach's yapping, you can skip to this timestamp. But I don't know why anybody would want to do that.
One horn. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you. Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the Blade of Frontiers, but I...
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood, the Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out...
Another vision. Karlach's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Will catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Truce then, eh?
Aye. Truce.
I'm Karlach, but you already knew that. And you are... Well met, soldier. Nice to meet a friendly around here. It's been tough going so far. I may not be a devil, but I can put the Blade's reputation to work. How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going. Fuck yes! They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. Then we can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good? I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off. Looks like your troops all trooped up. You'll need to send someone packing if you want me to join.
See you soon, then.
Excellent. Let's go.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Hang on. Those paladins I need to stomp are that away.
So here's the problem.
Don't burn yourself.
Karlach's Rage is a long rest resource, so it's no good, and we're gonna have to reclass her.
Need of my services? As thou desire.
We're gonna reclass her into a thrower fighter. So I spent a while looking up which fighting styles actually worked with thrown weapons, and it looks like only defense and protection really work correctly. We're gonna go with protection for Karlach. We're gonna make her stats look something like this, maxing strength and constitution. Although looking back, I don't remember why I didn't give her more dexterity, but we can roll with it for now. And now at level 3, we can make Karlach an Eldritch Knight that can bind to her thrown weapon. Though, here's a problem. All her spells are going to cast with her intellect, which I really don't want to also max her intellect on her. So all her spells, attack rolls, and saving throws are going to be kind of weak. And saying that, and watching this footage back, I have no idea why I switched away from magic missiles, because it doesn't have a saving throw or attack roll. And with that, I'm going to transfer all the thrown weapons over to Karlach, and we can go fight some Paladins of Tyr next episode. So how do you guys think our party's shaping up so far? Do you think we're still going to be successful in beating the game without taking a long rest? Let me know in the comments section below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome to episode 8 of our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And I know we've been speedrunning trying to fix these tadpoles in our head without resting, but today we're going to be doing a few side quests. We're going to be doing some exploring and making some relationships with people that are going to pay off later on in the game. And unfortunately, I did lose a little bit of footage between last episode and this episode. I lost the fight against the Paladins of Tyr and looting the rest of that building, and we got a little bit of lore about Karlach and her engine, and about Will's relationship with Karlach. But now we pick up at Joaquin's Rest.
Teach us care when we would be reckless.
Someone needs help.
Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it. Great God. In this plane and beyond. Teach us
Duke Ravengard could be inside. On count of 3. 1, 2.
Ravengard? He's here.
Yes. Now make yourself useful. Push, damn it, push!
Oh, don't help him or anything. Just kind of cheer for him a little bit. Bard options are so funny sometimes.
That's right! 3, 2, 1, push!
Man, I've got a strength of 8. We all know that kick didn't do anything.
Hurry, we don't have much time!
Hello? Can you hear me?
We hear you! Stay where you are!
Attack!
So, my thought is, Karlach already has fire resistance, so I'm going to use her to clear out this room that's already on fire.
The heat coming off of that door.
Can't move!
Opening it could spell trouble.
Someone help!
What to do? One day I'll catch a break.
What's cooking?
And she just took half her health bar as damage. Cool. I guess fire resistance doesn't save you from getting blasted off the second story of a building.
Herman, is that you?
Fire! Hurry! Get this thing off me! Almost. Thank you. Now, how the hell do we get out of here? Right. I'll try to keep up.
So now there's some good stuff in this room over here that I want. And again, Karlach has fire resistance, so I'm just gonna go for it. This chest is locked, but just pick up the whole thing. We'll just lockpick it later.
Wanna dance?
Need to find a way forward.
In here!
Let's march!
Come! I'm afraid proper thanks must wait.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Councillor Floric, are you all right?
Well, by the living gods! I couldn't have asked for a finer savior. Scorched throat. A few hairs singed off. Nothing a bit of time and fresh air can't cure. Gauntlet, a new duty calls. Drow have taken Grand Duke Alder Ravengard westward, if my eyes and ears can be believed. Report to the Manip and send for reinforcements. We must find the Duke.
On your command, Councillor.
No, it can't be. You mean they've taken my...
Yes, Will. The Drow have your father.
The circumstance of my birth is no matter of pride for neither me nor my father. But pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and blood. How can we help?
Rescue Ravengard from his Drow captors. Baldur's Gate needs him now more than ever.
Trust us to see it through, Councillor.
Thank you. When the Grand Duke returns to the city, he'll hail his only son a hero. Go. You should pick up the Drow trail with ease. I will seek reinforcements and join you when I can. Remember, Will, courage is found in the battle against fear, not in the defeat of it.
So Father said. I won't soon forget.
Fist to work.
Let's pick the Spell Sparkler here for Will to use while he's spamming Eldritch Blasts. When he hits level 5, he'll really be able to start racking up the lightning charges quickly.
He slaughtered everyone. Miri! 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 My wife, she was outside when the goblins came. She was wearing a green blouse, brown hair, about this tall. Have you seen her? Thank you. She can't have gone far. Gods, where is she?
Shit. You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind. Father's words. Hard to argue with them. Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son.
Well, he's not just any Grand Duke. He's Ulder Ravengard, the most influential Duke in the city.
Thank you. That means a lot. But I wonder, what makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have little use for my father. No, this is no Drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction. His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, he could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Alright, before we move on with the quest to find Miri, I'm gonna have Karlak go into these buildings and scoop up all the food, because they both have a bunch of food in them. But then, somehow in the process, I end up lighting Karlak on fire like 4 times, so...
Could have.
Karlak's gonna have to chug like 3 more health potions to get that health back. But we can sell all this food later and either buy more health potions or whatever else we want.
I'd love to, thanks.
We're also going to grab a bunch of food out of this building, and luckily this one's not on fire yet.
Is that blood?
I also skipped over looting all these bodies because the only interesting drop is this drow armor.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
I'm actually going to put that armor on myself and then give Will the Amulet of Speak with Dead.
I know she's...
Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri. She's not breathing.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
From Eltergard, traveling, sister's wedding, finding husband Benrin inside, door locked, trapped, fire. Inside, room, top floor. Dowry for sister in barn. Mirilith, farmer.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Never a dull moment. Have to get going.
pride of the gate. Let's walk forward.
Something's hidden in that hay.
I want you to look at what's actually in Miri's chest. There's a ring, gold, and a bloodstone.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Miri!
I should speak up.
Have you found my Miri? No. It can't be. I need to see.
At the ready.
Oh, Miri. No. Miri. No. God, no. You should have stayed. You should have been with me. I was in our room. We had a fight. If I just kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry, she'd still be here. You did? Please. She'd want her sister to have it. I know this doesn't change anything, but it helps. Thank you. I need some time alone with her. To say goodbye.
But now, if we check the chest, the only thing we gave him back was the ring. I guess we just keep the gold and the bloodstone? I'm trying to be a nice person here, but the game just doesn't even let you give the rest of it back. Alright, tone shift, time for lore about the Absolute.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Take prisoners to Moonrise. Absolute wants him. Fell, dagger, neck, stupid.
The corpse remains silent. It does not know.
Krog, Hunter.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
One move ahead.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Zayrin. Raid. Retrieval for the Absolute. From Sharmuth. Before the Absolute. Male. Archer. Roof. Should have seen.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Alright, enough lore time. It's time to go pay my absolute favorite person a visit.
Flowers, leaves, grass. Can't beat it.
I was raised in the city. I'm more used to feeling cobblestones underfoot than grass and fallen leaves.
Before I went to Avernus, I'd have agreed with you. Nothing quite like Baldur's Gate, is there?
Nothing in my recollection, anyway.
Light on my feet.
What's in here?
me.
Just an insect. I'm sure you'll survive. Besides, it probably figured you for a tasty treat.
Give me an aboleth over a midge any day.
Shadowheart just always says the most out-of-pocket things. Also, it's a real game changer that even if you all fail the roll, you can still just dig for the chest anyway.
Do you harass every old woman you meet?
Just tell us where she is. We don't want any trouble.
Don't worry, we're gonna go down there and visit Auntie Ethel. I just want to pick up all these goodies first.
No, she didn't. No, absolutely nothing. He just dropped the act.
Honestly, there's some really good stuff in this chest.
Please, we just want Mayrina back.
Lads, for the love of all that is holy, I've never clapped eyes on your poor sister.
Drop the act, hag. You was the last to see Mayrina.
Just let her go. Please.
Thank goodness you're here, sweetie. I don't know what's come over these boys.
Stop this. We won't ask again.
Careful. Don't trust a word out of her mouth. Our sister went to the hag, and we ain't seen her since.
Hand over heart, I don't know their sister. I will gladly help you all look for her, though.
Enough. Where is she?
Bollocks! You were supposed to rush to my defense, love. Fat lot of good you are. Some advice? You ever darken my door, you'd best have that head bowed and an apology at the ready.
I think I'll have something else at the ready when I visit her.
Bloody hells. She just disappeared. Ain't seen nothing like that before.
She could shoot fireworks out of her backside for all I care. The hag has Rena.
It's our sister, Mayrina. She's... well... she was in a bad way after her husband died.
Started saying weird things, like how she was gonna bring him back.
Next thing, she's gone looking for the hag. Of all the stupid things to do. And we haven't seen her since. And no good ever came from dealing with a hag.
None of this matters, all right? We need to get her back, and fast! Are you joking? I ain't got a clue who you are. No way I'm leaving Rena to you.
But, Joel...
Not a chance. We're getting her back on our own. Now, come on.
Chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
I actually don't think this roll matters. I'm gonna break the illusion in just a second anyway.
The place has a quiet sense of calm. You can't see anything strange.
I know this next fight is hard. I need to grab all my strongest fighters before it starts.
Speak. You're full up. Dismiss someone first. Good. Our victory is most certain.
Sharp as ever.
Trap. So much for a warm welcome.
So my idea here was for Will to surprise the red caps by casting Eldritch Blast when we weren't in combat yet. But then that didn't actually start combat, and that guy just ran off. And then I think, oh well, I'll just do it again and I'll still get surprise. And somehow that still doesn't work, and it just brings us into normal combat.
Listen!
Follows me everywhere.
You're but a to an idiot god.
I know this fight's gonna be kinda hard at this level. I'm ready to blow some spell slots and other resources in this fight.
Victory awaits. I will not know failure.
He just hit for 19 through the Vicious Mockery.
You will not take me.
This'll help.
Battle favors the fearless.
I will ascend.
Let's just go ahead and use the action surge here so we can keep wailing on this guy.
Can't even catch my breath.
Man, Hold Person is such a busted spell.
I want to do it.
On the victor's path.
Watch how many times I try to break this guy's concentration on Hold Person. First time, he succeeds.
Easy.
Second time, he succeeds again. Third time, he succeeds again. I'm checking the log here to make sure he's actually rolling concentration saving throws.
No holding back.
Will only has an AC of 16, so maybe he doesn't want to let the red cap have a free swing at him.
Fleet of foot.
Oh yeah, I'll use protection on this roll to keep Lae'zel safe. Oh crap, never mind, that didn't matter at all.
Tequila!
Not fall before my time.
Now this one blew my mind a little bit. The Blood Sage that's not concentrating on Hold Person is actually standing in front, so Will's Eldritch Blast hits that one instead of the one concentrating. So I'm still counting that as a fourth time I've tried to break his concentration.
I need your help.
Time to strike.
So that hits the one concentrating on Bloodlust and not on Hold Person. But that one still succeeds his saving throw too!
Where do I go from here?
Okay, they finally got off from on top of each other. And the attack misses! His concentration is unbreakable!
Fleet of foot.
Okay, so we have one person dead and we have 2 people under a Hold Person spell. It is not looking great right now. Honestly, this is kind of all on Karlach this turn to clean this up a little bit.
Got it. Moving.
Time to strike.
Now this is my happy place.
Okay, Karlach, it's kind of still time for the hero play from you.
1, 2.
Until the bitter end, these guys' concentration is unbroken. It's finally just all of us against one red cap. We can all just wail on the guy.
Might will prevail.
Listen up! Which wall I've chucked you?
Swift and lethal. You bow, or you...
My turn. Heading out. That's it.
Forever dauntless.
Point!
Man, that was kind of tough. Also, I feel like there should be a special prize or something for finishing somebody off with Vicious Mockery. And I think that's gonna have to be it. This episode is already so long, we're gonna have to deal with Auntie Ethel next episode. And we'll keep hunting down some of these side quests and get back to getting rid of our tadpoles, because we are not sleeping until we get rid of our tadpoles. So let me know what you guys think of this series so far in the comments section below. See ya! Welcome back to our No Sleep Honor Mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and today we are picking up after a tough fight against some redcaps. And the reason we fought those redcaps is because I have an important meeting with Ethel coming up, and I am not planning to fight fair. Now, if you remember all the way back in episode 1, the rules of this playthrough were basically 1. No long resting, 2. No tadpoles, and 3. No cheesing Rule 1 to get your resources back. However, there are some other kinds of cheese in this game that I am not above using.
Be ready. Whoever or whatever did this could be close.
And to defeat Auntie Ethel with ease, I'm going to need to get all the right members of my party, including Sir Fizzlelump, who has a spell cooked up for just this occasion. Astarion is still one of our best damage dealers right now, so I'm going to pick him up.
Something's on my mind.
Yes? Well, in that...
But the real star of the show is Sir Fizzlelump, the wisdom-maxing, potion-making wizard who only knows utility spells.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt. This soul awaits thy...
And while we're here, let's pick up the spear-throwing literal hottie.
What's on your mind?
Excellent. Let's go. What a charmer.
And I guess start the count now, because we're already chugging a bunch of health potions this episode.
No one back home will ever believe this.
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Make that 4 health potions within 3 minutes of this episode.
Transforming into a mind flayer might have its perks. At least then I could float over this muck.
Not one for roughing it, I see.
Wallowing in filth is for pigs and children, my dear.
Very well.
Pigs, children, and people with a little bit of grit.
Before we anger Ethel, I was hoping Astarion could pickpocket some stuff from her, so I was gonna throw guidance on him and let him go for it.
I don't want a crumb left on that plate, girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One more bite and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for 2, so get to it. If it isn't the cheekiest pup of them all, you'd best have one hells of an apology for me, young lady.
Oh, I cannot overstate how much I hate Ethel. Anyway, now let's try to steal all her gold, I guess. Wait, Mayrina saw me? Mayrina, I'm on your side here. Okay, well, those chances of success are not very good, so I'm gonna have Fizzlelump go do his thing first before I anger Ethel by trying to pickpocket her. guess that angers her anyway. Okay, no pickpocketing for me. I guess I'll just have to kill Ethel. Oh no!
Where do I go from here?
Hope this ends well.
Ian,
I locked your stairs, idiot. Where are you going now? But she is still invisible, so I'm gonna pop a spell slot here because see invisibility lasts until long rest anyway.
Good for the throat. This way. Leave no trace.
Put him up. Jimmy on the go. Go on.
Come now, Marina. Time to go. Bye-bye, Lovelace.
Fun fact, once Auntie Ethel's stairs are locked, she just tries to go down them every turn and doesn't even fight back. So now we just get to wail on her. Anyway, she just pretty much spends every turn trying to do this, so I'm just gonna skip to the end here.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Nice, now we get to loot all the rest of Ethel's stuff. But first, Fizzlelump is not going to be much more use to us, so I'm going to switch and put him back in camp.
Private word would be nice.
Well met. Let's make this happen.
Nice. Part of the reason I like killing Ethel is because of all the good potions and potion ingredients in her house. So now we get to just run around and take all of this. I thought this would be a good time to mention that editing these videos has taken me way longer than I thought. There was actually a month-long break between recording the footage for episode 8 and episode 9 because I was just catching up on all the footage I already had. But in that time I've gotten to see this series take off way faster than I thought it would on YouTube, so that's been super cool to see. Alright, back to the gameplay. If you speak with Dead with Auntie Ethel here, it gives you a cool dialogue option with Marina later, so let's do that now.
Kill them. Kill them all. Didn't want the girl. Wanted her babe. Was going to eat it and make a hag daughter. Where there's people, there's hags. In my workroom.
Okay, I'm going to use one of the tips I actually talked about earlier in this series. All the vendors reset their stock when you level up, and we're only a few XP off level 4, so I'm going to go visit as many vendors as I can, before I go any further in Ethel's house. Alright, here comes the second cheesy strategy of this video, because I'm about to buy a ton of stuff from Aaron and then steal all my gold back.
Need anything else? Of course, but please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
So vendors specifically restock on consumables when you level up. So I want to buy all of his scrolls, arrows, food, that kind of stuff. And then I'm also going to split his gold into separate piles so that Astarion can steal it, but I'll split it into smaller piles than I did with Anti-Ethel, so that Astarion can have a little bit better chance.
Sylvanus be with you.
Alright, we know the drill by now. Guidance on Astarion, and then everybody else runs away and lets Astarion do his thing.
Let's keep to the shadows. A very penetrable pop. Almost too easy. A quick profit. Quick and easy.
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
On my way.
Alright, let's just do it again.
Go. On tippy toes. Some mild larceny. A little souvenir. Thank you. You'll be coming with me. Delightful. Like candy from a gnome. So, don't mind if I do. Blessed oblivious. Not even a challenge. What a generous pocket. A little souvenir. Blessed oblivious. Like candy from a gnome. Don't mind if I do. What a generous pocket.
Alright, that'll do for now. I'll just take my spoils and go. But I'll be back to steal more stuff from Aaron later.
Not a sound.
No one's done me yet.
Ah, look at all this good stuff we got, and all we had to do was steal it! I think this playthrough is forcing me to be not quite as good aligned as I usually am.
Swift as my feet can carry me. What's up for discussion?
How fares the search?
Okay, I actually want Damon to like me later on in the game, so I'm not gonna steal all his stuff right now. There's also a trader in the Zentrum outpost that I'd like to get to before I level up if I can. Damn it, you guys all lit yourselves on fire.
The pride of the gate.
Add 5 more potions to the count for this episode.
Someone's moving around in there.
You spot a man crouching between the shelves, just as he spots you.
Bugger!
Detect Thoughts is another condition that lasts till long rest, so I'm just going to go ahead and use that here.
Little serpent, long shadow. Don't want to die. Little serpent, long shadow. Just say it. Oh, Helm's Orbs. I thought you were Flaming Fist. Well, down you go then. They'll be on us soon, so if you're looking to trade, you best be quick. Entrance is hidden behind the wardrobe. Here's the key.
We've been stacking up all this food for several episodes now, but I've never done anything with it, and we're never going to use it for resting. I gotta remember to sell it to a vendor at some point.
That's far enough. What's your business down here? Answer honestly and maybe we'll kill you clean.
I get to show off the persuasion skills of this build a little bit here. Let's go. 27 on a persuasion check. That's what we're looking for.
Trade with what? Your life was ours the moment you walked in here, but maybe I'll let you buy it back. I have a job needs doing. We've disarmed the traps. Come down.
You steal anything, you're dead.
Oh, unfortunately, that's exactly what I'm here to do.
Something over there.
I hope the fist traced the storm.
I have something to ask.
I want to see those traps in action.
Well, don't you cut a fine figure? Want your portrait done? If you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most heroical likeness. Fancy that?
So, it turns out Brim won't actually trade you most of his good stuff until you complete the shipment quest.
Can't show you the good stuff till Zaris gives the say-so, mind. Friends of the Zen only.
So, while we're here, let's go talk to Zaris.
Besides the bleeding obvious, he misses the sun. He what? Needs light to work, he says. We had a chat.
Not many can talk their way into a Zentarim outpost. I could use someone with your skills. Interested in a job? Some of our people are missing. More importantly, so is their cargo. Find them. Keep them alive if you can. Failing that, just bring that shipment back. Unopened. I'm offering hard coin, not idle answers. All you need to know is that I'm willing to pay a hideous sum to get it back. Unopened. Good. Backtrack along the road to the east and look for a wagon. Bodies, the usual. Time was. No one dared touch a caravan bearing our colours. Find whoever did this and remind them why.
Okay, so accepting that quest actually leveled me up to level 4. So Brim doesn't really matter much anymore, so let's go to camp and do level up stuff. Minor Illusion is a nice utility spell, and as we saw last episode, Hold Person is crazy. And I'm also going to pick up expertise in deception and performance, so our out-of-combat skills are going to be so good. So Karlach's going to pick up magic missiles here because it doesn't use any spell attack roll. We're also going to switch out Witch's Bolt because it's just a spell attack and doesn't have any utility. And here we have our last bit of cheese for the episode. By some people's standards, Tavern Brawler is cheesy because it's easily the strongest feat. And for Karlach, it's going to add double her strength modifier to all her thrown attack rolls. Okay, I promise right after this I'm going to give Will a shirt, okay? Again, Mage Hand is a nice utility spell that we don't have yet, and Hold Person is still crazy. Spell Sniper applies to Eldritch Blast, so I guess Will can pick that up here. Astarion already has a lot of his important rogue subclass elements, so let's pick up a level of Monk. That's going to add several Monk effects, and it's going to make Astarion's unarmed strikes do extra damage. And then next level, Astarion can take another level of Rogue and take Tavern Brawler and become our second Tavern Brawler abuser. Okay, sidebar to give Will a shirt. So I looked for a shirt to give him, but you can't just put any piece of clothing in the armor slot. You have to give him one of the 10 AC pieces of armor that doesn't count as armor to put in that slot. And the only one I could find that we had was Karlach's default armor, which is an interesting fashion choice, but I think he pulls it off. Very stylish. So Karlach already has the Great Weapon fighting style, so I think for her feat she should pick the Great Weapon Master, which will sometimes give her a bonus attack, and will let her, if she chooses, sacrifice 5 to the attack roll to add 10 to the damage roll with a two-handed weapon. The plan is still to never take Fizzle-Lump into combat, so I'm just going to still keep picking all the utility cantrips and spells for him. And for his feat, more wisdom means more potions. The only feat that I could find that worked for Shadowheart was just increasing her wisdom for better spells and her dexterity for better AC. And last but not least, we have Gale. And Gale is going to be, for now, our second Dirty Tavern Brawler abuser, because it applies to his attacks when he's in wild shape form. And guys, that is going to be it for our level 4 level up. Before we go, let's do a quick approval check of everybody. Alright, 19, 12, and 4. We're not Asterian's favorite person, but that's kind of to be expected. And then these three guys all love us, 47, 39, and 22. And then that is going to be it for this episode. What do you guys think of the series so far? Do you think anything this episode was too cheesy? Let me know in the comments section below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And if we're going to keep surviving this game straight through without sleeping, then we're going to need to start collecting some magical items. So today, we're going to be going around the world picking up some magical items to up our power level. However, I don't want to skip a bunch of content just to beeline to the end of the game. So we also need to resolve the Grove questline, and we're going to put our good guy hats on again because I want to stop Kaga and save the tieflings. So first, let's head down to Zevlor and pick up the next stage of this quest.
I heard what happened. Thank you for protecting the child. If the druids are this far gone, then it's not just goblins we have to fear. So we can risk violence here, or face it for certain on the road. Quite the choice, isn't it? You saw what they were willing to do to a child just for trying. It's Korga's influence. Without her twisting things, I believe the druids might see sense. A low thought. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered it. But the druids would slaughter us. We'd have to get close to Korga, within striking distance. I can't manage that. But they've already let you pass once. You're taking a risk for us. We'll see that you're rewarded. I'm still hoping Korga can be swayed from this madness. But if not, leaders need to make tough decisions. We do what we must.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't exactly mean to offer to kill Kaga because I'm hoping to deal with her peacefully, but we'll see where this takes us.
One day I'll catch a break.
Of course.
Let's see.
Alright, now we can move on to equipping some magical items before our confrontation with Kaga. So the first magical item I actually equipped between episodes, and it's the Gloves of Missile Snaring. And those are nice because they allow you to reduce the damage from a ranged attack to basically 0 once per turn. And our second magical item is up here by Alfira writing her song.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will change. No. Become.
Alright, so I help Alfira write her song here, and it's an incredibly emotional scene, but it's also an incredibly long scene, so I'm going to cut it out of this video. But if you don't know how it goes, I highly recommend that you'd go just boot up the game and play through this scene because it's great.
The Weeping Dawn will be my gift to her. Thank you. I needed this.
Alright, but gameplay-wise, the reason I came up here was this locked chest. I'll just have Astarion pop it open in a minute. I also thought there was some way I could like musically perform with Alfira here, but I guess not, so let's keep it moving.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? Excellent. Now that that's settled, lead on.
Alright, Astarion, we have a couple of magical items in locked chests for you to pop open now.
Let's crack it open.
An 8 bonus on a 10 DC? Better throw on a guidance just in case. Nice! I got a little hat! That's our second magical item of the episode. Look at how stylish it is, I guess. I don't know anything about fashion.
Keep your distance, darling. A crooked touch.
Okay, that was actually the way harder chest to open, but I don't know if anybody in our party actually wants this hammer right now, so I don't know if you can really count that one. Alright, we're on to another magical item that I just had to look up in a guide how to find it, because I never would have found this naturally. There it is. I swear I have never seen this item before, but it's amazing for Astarion right now. Alright, so I run around the world a little bit more here and pick up some more herbs and some more camp supplies and some more items to sell, but none of it's particularly interesting, so I'm going to cut here to the time when I know I'm about to get into a fight. Alright, so I've been down here in the bog just running around picking stuff up for a while, but it's time to stop messing around, and I need to go fight these methods now to find the letter to Kaga and save the grove from the Shadow Druids. So I grab the 3 companions that I think are strongest in combat right now, and we get ready to square up. So I'm analyzing this fight, thinking about where I want to put each companion and how I want to start the fight, and then suddenly this method just sees me out of nowhere, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're fighting now.
Handy.
Bro, Karlike's damage with a strength potion and Tavern Brawler goes crazy. So we're level 4 now, so I'm not too afraid about like randomly taking a crit and going down, but the mud methods in this fight are still pretty annoying with how they muddy you and like give you disadvantage on all your attacks and stuff. So, Lae'zel has Great Weapon Master, but I guess she doesn't really have a high enough hit chance yet to take the -5 to hit for the extra damage. Didn't even need it.
my little trick.
I also love how if you get a method to blow up next to one of their allies like this, they'll actually muddy their allies too. Also, the Everburn Blade is still paying off big here, because it sets all the vines on fire.
Thou quivering flame rat.
Nice entangle spell, idiot.
Got it.
So here, Lae'zel swings with only a 16% chance to hit, and she comes through with the crit!
No holding back.
And then Will misses the Eldritch Blast to finish him off. Well, you can't have everything.
Easy.
So I'll admit, I messed this next turn up a little bit, because I have Lae'zel drink a potion before she starts her turn, thinking, oh, she's a little bit low. I'll just top her up a little bit so that she doesn't, like, take a bunch of damage from the method exploding, or, like, take a crit next turn and go down or something like that. And I thought that after Lae'zel got a killing blow, she could attack again for free, but it turns out that she can attack again with a bonus action. So, if I hadn't drank the potion before, she could have attacked again here. It turns out actually reading your abilities is OP.
Forever dauntless.
Heating up. Want to do it?
This is my time.
is my happy place.
You know, with how often everybody else is missing, sometimes I feel like the only person that can consistently hit anything is Karlach. And he hits me right through the vicious mockery.
On the victor's path.
Right through the vicious mockery again.
Battle favors the fearless.
This is gonna feel good.
It's not blood. No, never mind.
Alright, that was a bit of a slog of a fight, but now that we're done with that, let's heal everybody up by slamming one big health potion. And let's get back to our mission of collecting magic items, saving the grove, and ultimately getting rid of these tadpoles.
So it's my feet and Tony.
Must be the tree from the note to Corbett. What's that cleft there?
Wow, Kaga's still evil. No way! Alright, now I want that chest over there. Damn it. Okay, your turn. Damn it, guys, stop pathing through the vines! Nice. These gloves would be really great for Astarion in combat. And somehow I'm still in the back being stuck on vines.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Alright, that makes 4 great magical items. Let's clean up the rest of this goodies around here and then get back to camp so we can get on to the next one. Alright, we're about to do some good guy things, so we need the good guy people in our party right now.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Magical. So, shall we?
Like a brisk stroll through the forest to invigorate the spirit.
I was just thinking the same thing, but less poetically.
Without so much as a stirring from our tadpoles.
Time to press ahead.
A girl could get used to this.
Look what we got here! Another little birdie wanting to fly! Stop this thing! Flap those wings some more, and I'll feed you a worm. And you. Hope you got a stomach for heights. What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly. 'Cause it makes me laugh. You want this little cave lurking what's it? Find your own. He's ours!
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Alright, well here I'd really like to use our expertise in intimidation or persuasion, but we have detect thoughts up, and that's just better, so we'll go with that.
I ain't got much stomach for a fight. Better just put on a show and scare this one off.
The goblin's nostrils flare, as if trying to judge you through smell alone.
We're leaving.
What about the gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to...
I said we're leaving! There's plenty of sport and rich pickings out there for us. Move it! Fresh meat.
Nice. Dealt with the goblins, didn't have to get into a fight, got that sweet companion approval, and got 190 XP out of it. I will admit, on my first playthrough of this game, I did fling Barkus into the sky by pulling the wrong lever.
Cut me loose!
Magacabara. Those pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it. You saved me, now you'll extort me. That's how this works, yes? Nothing? My own fault, really. I should have dropped my pack and outrun those bastards. Alas. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on. Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Deep gnomes aren't restricted to the Underdark, you know. I've lived in Baldur's Gate for years. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it around the neck of a thug in the lower city. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I have reason to believe he's in the Underdark. Hopefully, I'll pick up his trail from there. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
Alright, Barkus left that on kind of a weird note, but he's kind of a weird dude sometimes. Anyway, let's go get that 5th magical item. Nice. Smoke powder's always good. And we also get some more lightning charge gear. I don't know if anybody's going to wear these right now, but I'll just hold on to them for now. And it looks like to finish off this episode about magical items, Gale needs to eat another magical item. This might be painful for some people, but I'm planning on feeding him these gloves of heroism, because we don't have a paladin in our party.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile. Thank you. It is a strange experience. Each time anew. Like a lost soul is spelunking through the darkness that is me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart. Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. It's somewhat relieved the discomfort, but I fear my hunger hasn't quite... The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire. It merely drizzles. The embers still sizzle, the fire remains undefeated. I'm not certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think. Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was too. A great deal of trouble indeed.
Alright, and with that, I think we are done with episode 10. Be sure to come back for the next episode because we're going to confront Kaga about her evil ways. I also know there's a bunch more magical items to find, but which one do you think's most important? Let me know in the comment section below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back. So far we've made it to level 4 without long resting, and this episode it's time to confront Kaga. After that, it'll be time to start facing the bosses in Act 1, because we want to clear as much content in the game as we can without ever taking a long rest. But first things first, I want to finish what we were doing last episode and pick up another magical item from the basement of this building.
Speak your name. My master stands tall and proud. You are not Ilintoth.
Is that a short joke?
If you are his ally, step forward and declare it.
Alright, it's time for our +8 bonus to intimidation.
There is a pause as those glass eyes take you in. Then...
A well-guarded laboratory. What are they hiding down here?
Alright, well in here there's some lore, some alchemy ingredients, and some scrolls, but there's one item I'm most interested in. There we go, the Bracers of Defense. These will give a nice bonus to our unarmored characters.
Watch yourself. I spy a trap.
Place is trapped.
Hot foot. Sometimes I love Karlach's callouts. But anyway, I don't have a lot of use for the Necromancy of Thay right now, so I'm just going to leave it there. So for now, let's go ahead and loot the rest of this room, get the rest of these alchemy ingredients and poisons, and then let's pick the right party members for our confrontation with Kaga. Oh, I'm glad I actually went back to camp in that building, because this is one of the camps that actually has a bunch of lootable supplies in it. There's a bunch of alcohol that would usually be camp supplies, but in this case we can just sell it for money. And there's also some other stuff, like lockpicks. Alright, now that that's done, let's gather our party and go confront Kaga. And it turns out that druids actually get a bonus in convincing Kaga, so we're going to bring Gale with us and let him do the talking. And you also get another bonus in this conversation if you go around the room and read all these little plaques. So we're going to go around and pick up all the lore about the Druid's Grove.
Forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. Druidic orders often fight dark forces, but you do not recognize the events depicted here. The mural depicts a purge, a sacred cleansing of the land on a scale you've never seen before.
As you wish.
By claw and tooth from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. You recognize the druids as elders of a circle. This place is a divine sanctuary. Darkest hour, a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. Harp and wild. You recall stories of an alliance between druids and the harpers, but the details are vague. The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. You recognize the mark of the dark goddess Shar on the broken helmet. This army marched in her name. Moonrise must be a reference to Shar's divine sister, Selûne.
Yes, of course.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster?
Monster? Too kind. A demon, more like.
What?
It was the rats! The rats were the Shadow Druids the whole time! Hold on, we gotta pause for the long, dramatic stare.
That damn nose of yours has gone poking in our business.
Mistress Olladin, I can explain.
Shh, shh. No need. It couldn't be helped.
Koga, what is the meaning of this?
You think yourself quite the spy, don't you? Go on, tell him.
Yeah, Raph, read these notes we've been finding for like 3 episodes now.
What's in the cloakwood? Koga, have you lost your mind?
Halsin is weak, Wrath. But in the shadows, we are strong. We are safe. There is no other way.
You and Halsin welcome untouchables to your midst. You defile the grove for the sake of harmony.
Olladin speaks truth. Who among you disagrees? Who would see this grove in ruin?
The choice is made. Koga, burn the tainted away. Start with the snitch.
As you say, Olladin.
Hold up, I'm gonna pull the Sylvanas card on him.
No. You twist the teachings. In harmony, we perish. In shadow, we are pure.
Korga's voice breaks and her lips tremble. She heard reason in your words.
Guess what? I read the plaques too.
Korga eyes you intently as you speak the text etched into the frescoes. By claw and tooth, from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. In darkest hour a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The towers seized, the battle done, the moonrise broke the darkest one.
When the darkest hour fell, it was us that brought light. Sylvanas demands we illuminate shadow, not hide within it. How was I so blind?
Careful, Korga. The shadows don't forgive.
I belong to the shadows no longer. You've no power over me.
You would question my power. Mother Earth, hear me. Grant me your wrath.
Cool. That all went well, so we have Kaga on our side instead of against us in this battle. So now all we have to do is defeat the 3 Shadow Druids, which should be pretty easy with this amount of allies.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
Gale's still out of wild shape charges, but he can still go to town with his Shillelagh staff.
One by one.
Yeah, excuse me, do you just jump through the moonbeam? Man, these guys can just burn as many spell slots in one turn as they want. They don't have to worry about not long resting to get their spells back.
Easy house.
Nemesis.
And he's out of the hold person, and he's right back into the hold person. Alright, that was a nice clean fight. That's gonna save the tieflings for now.
Wrath thought me a danger. Seems I've proven him right. I endangered a child. I betrayed the Sekul's trust. We will stop the right and I will stand trial. My fate lies with Sylvanas. May he have mercy. We will grant them safe harbor until they depart. Meanwhile, help us contend with the goblins. Perhaps we can dissuade them from attacking. It began with a letter. There was no messenger, it simply appeared. Olladin came soon after. An army was coming, she said. Goblins, drow, and more still. Legions upon legions. The druids of Cloakwood knew the dangers this would bring. They ordained that all circles cast the rite to shelter from the storm. Olladin taught me to harness the Tree Father's power to wall us in. In return, well, you know the rest. I would turn the grove over to them. I won't forget the wounds I've inflicted. I pray Halcyon returns to heal them in full.
You will shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
If it's an argument you seek, you won't find it here, whatever the True Father's judgment. I will... I see it on your face. You hate me. And I don't blame you.
Have to
I
keep
do not
going.
hate you. I am ashamed at how far I let your machinations spread.
Before we leave here, I kind of want to go talk to some of the other druids and see what they think about us converting Kaga and stopping the ritual.
Kaga was right. We must put ourselves first. You had no right to intervene. You're not one of us.
Well, but its execution is grander somehow. Great flowering in the making.
But nothing to worry about, right?
I'm also not really sure what that little banter from Gale meant, and it's really interesting that my character responded to it, because usually the player character doesn't respond to that kind of in-game banter. Anyway, let's keep moving and go tell Zevlor the good news.
I'm told the druids have stopped their damn chanting. What happened? Truly, Ilmater's ashes. I never thought she would actually see reason. Thank you. We still have the goblins to contend with, but you've given us time to prepare. I need to ensure my people make the most of it. But here, left over from my soldiering days, it's sparse thanks for what you've done for us. And I'm afraid I have more yet to ask. You've bought us some time here, but the goblins are still massing out there. We'd need an army of our own to escort us safely to Baldur's Gate. And while I don't doubt your abilities, you're no army. There may be a way, though. Goblins are ill-disciplined. It's unlike them to organize so cleverly. Somebody must be leading them, bringing discipline to their ranks. Take out that leadership, and they'll scatter. The Blade of Frontiers has done what he can to help us prepare for the journey, and we are grateful. But it'll be a short journey if the goblins still own the roads.
By the Triad, there is only one correct answer. Refuse him, and we sentence these people to die.
Everyone in this camp depends on it. Thank you. We'll be ready to leave as soon as you give word.
Alright, now that we've taken care of Kaga and the ritual, it's just about time to go deal with all the bosses on the surface wilderness of Act 1. But first, there are a few more merchants that I want to hit up before we fight those bosses. And the first one is in the Goblin Camp, so that's where we'll head now. So let's just top up on some health first, and then we can head out to the Goblin Camp.
Midges. Ugh. Shouldn't nature be beautiful and serene? It looks so nice in the upper city parks.
Upper City, huh? Swish. Never spent much time there myself.
I'll happily take you, if we survive this bug's banquet.
Sounds good. I've always been curious what a Patriarch looks like.
Shouldn't I miss up? Huh, haven't seen a game in years. Wish I had that coffee.
As much love as I hold for Baldur's Gate, these frontiers delight me as much as any bustling street.
You can't be serious. This is a howling wasteland. I haven't even had a bath since the abduction. I must reek of illithid slime.
Sure, but think of the stories you'll be able to tell.
I'm gonna be honest, Astarion's being a little bit of a crybaby right now.
Goblins ahead.
A wardrobe. One of those can summon fighters far and wide.
Look it, Claw. Sapper's here. Unless you got another reason to be here. Fexite.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
It's intimidation time again, baby!
Down, Claw! Back girl! She's a little overexcited. Been a busy day. Lads are celebrating. We're celebrating a raid. No better time in camp than this. Get yourself a bit of fun before it dries up. Rip the guts out of Joaquin's rest, we did. Inns are good for gutting. Lads even captured some Duke. Worth celebrating, that is. Who? If he ain't one of us, and if he's here, he's down in the pits.
If this is the state of their camp, how bad must the pits be?
Nice, we grabbed an easy 140 XP by talking our way through that one. Alright, so I do a little bit of looking around back here, but I don't really find anything too interesting until I step just a little bit too close to this bridge.
Hear my voice. Obey my command.
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures before you. An armored male elf exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the weapon. And you will be worthy to stand beside them. In my presence.
The visions fade and the voice falters as a strange energy swells around you. The many-sided artifact. Somehow you understand it's repelling the presence.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
That thing's shielding us. Incredible.
No answer presents itself. The artifact is dormant. The voice and visions are gone.
Interesting. Before that, I don't think we even had any cutscenes about the prism. Sometimes not long resting can even do weird things to the storyline.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
Here follow, I cry far and wide for great glory. Draw Reichsland's best bakers and blades in the quarry.
As a level 4 bard, I'm qualified to say Volo is a terrible bard. I gotta put a stop to this.
You look like you got something jingling in your pocket. Looking to spend it?
Alright, let's go ahead and grab the health potions from this guy. And then just some assorted gear. We'll grab a bow that does +1, and then some boots that increase our jump distance, and some boots that increase our healing. And then our player character just stands and fires a bow a lot of turns, so these gloves that make your range attacks deal +2 damage are nice. And with that, I think we're going to be done with this episode. Next episode, I want to dip my head into just the corner of the Underdark to get access to 2 more traders. And then it'll be time to fight the gnolls and all the other bosses. So what do you think of the series so far? Let me know in the comments below. And if you've made it to the end of episode 11 of this series, also maybe think about subscribing. Either way, see ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and today we are heading down to the Underdark to gear up for the big boss fights on the surface of Act 1. The plan for this episode is to head down to the Myconid colony, because there's some vendors down there that have some items that'll be good for us. But most importantly, you can get strength elixirs down there, which lets us raise our character's strength up to 21. I'm heading over to the Zentrum hideout because that's the way I like to get down to the Underdark, and I'm hoping to be able to get in and out of the Underdark without too much issue, but you guys will have to stick around to see how that goes. If you guys have never used this way to the Underdark before, there's a secret wall, and behind it an elevator that goes down to the Underdark back here. Once you go down there, the Zents have even hidden a bunch of their goodies down there, and you can just steal all of that, so we're gonna do that.
Ah, an illusory wall. Wonder what's hiding back there.
The only issue with this is that the elevator starts out locked. Now, one of the Zents has the key, so we can just have Astarion pop over there, steal the key from them, and then get back, and we can all ride the elevator down with no issues.
Well, hello.
So I'd like to let this guy walk into a place where I'm far away from anyone else's field of view. And also, if you activate dash at the right time before you go into turn-based mode, you can have the dash effect active without having to waste action or bonus action on it in turn-based mode. Only a 2 needed to steal it? Nice. Now I just need to get far enough away from this guy that he won't realize it's me and come chasing after me. Okay, I guess that's as far as I get. I guess I'm just gonna have to go out of turn-based mode now and just try to get behind the fake wall as fast as I can.
Let's go.
Damn it, just get behind the wall!
Hey, soldier.
No, don't talk to Karlach!
Watch your back. Let's move.
Okay, we made it. I don't think he's able to find us back here.
At least things have stayed interesting. I have to keep going.
Alright, now we're ready. Let's head into the Underdark. Also, the audio's totally about to glitch out here, and all 4 companions start trying to talk over the top of each other.
Spent much time in the Underdark.
The blade slayed a death dog or 6. Crossed
the
a few
Underdark?
dagger.
dangerous place to
I never
stop
was
this,
scared of the
even for a
shadows.
Zen.
Now that we're done with that, I'm gonna have Astarion open up all these chests and grab all this stuff. I'm not gonna make you guys watch me open every single chest, but just know that the Zens have so much stuff down here, it's great. Bruh, add 1 to the nat 1 counter. Now hold on a second, if you're gonna make me disarm and unlock a chest, it better have something better than False Life and Speak with Dead in it.
The hells was that? We better not get buried down here.
Bruh, 2 nat 1s in 2 minutes. Cool.
Fungal spores. Is a little blood mist too much to ask for?
More are coming.
What in the 9 hells is that?
They're coming. They're coming. It said, they're coming. They are coming. You are coming.
Wait, did you guys see that thing over Will's shoulder in that cutscene? Like, go back if you didn't see it. I genuinely have no idea what that thing was. Like, there's nothing back there. Okay, the Myconoid colony is so close. It's right over there. That's all we have to get to.
No one stopped me yet. One day I'll catch a break.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Okay, we've all seen the trap, right? Just don't walk over there and step right on top of it! Oh, that is unfortunate. I did not remember these guys were here at all, and now we're thrown into combat with a quarter of our health missing.
Now they see me. A fine opportunity. Time for a new approach.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
They're both gonna have to run through this corridor, so I'm gonna throw an ice arrow and see if I can get them to trip.
The dance macabre.
Let's have Will start throwing out good old Eldritch Blast every round. I guess eating the gruel doesn't take a bonus action like a potion does. Interesting.
Let's go. 1, 2.
I'm really worried about how much damage these guys are going to start doing every round. I'm going to have Karlach pop a speed potion right now. Well, I guess he didn't actually do any damage because he started with his charge and then jumped and just knocked everybody over. Astarion can't hide when he's threatened by someone? Bro, just get better at hiding. He's not even looking at you. But Astarion does get to start showing off his sneak attack into unarmed strike combo.
Nothing will stand in my way.
My life, Mark 12, warring opponent.
I need your help.
I love that Karlach's chance to hit, even with disadvantage, is still 90%. Okay, we left him at 2 HP, but don't worry, I got a plan, Ooh, that was not part of the plan. Okay, Astarion, sneak attack that guy, and then turn around and use your unarmed strike to finish that guy off. I'm also getting worried about our health points here, so I'm gonna blow one of Astarion's key points to flurry of blows this guy. Alright, 2 of us are dead, and Will's on 10 hit points, but it's okay, we got this. Alright, spike the health potion like a football now.
Heating up. In position.
Just like old times. Music.
Okay, a little beat up, but we made it through that one. Now, onwards through the Underdark. And hopefully we don't run into any more surprise combat.
Progress? Can't give up now.
Alright, and we are off again. Okay, small earthquake, probably nothing to worry about though.
Not useful. Don't waste time.
I don't know what that was, and I don't care to.
Same, Astarion. Same.
Be careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Yep, I'm just shooting these things. Is there even any other way to deal with them? Alright, I think we've made it to our destination, the Myconoid colony. Now let's just get in here without any trouble, and then we can hit up the vendors here.
You are swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sing many voices, the harmony of an entire collective.
Sovereign, she has come. She is here.
The choir fades. A single melody rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
I am sovereign.
You see a vision. Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The sovereign is threatening you.
State your purpose.
Gonna throw on a guidance just in case.
Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Then the sovereign drones a new melody, cautious but welcoming.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The sovereign expects you.
There's like a bunch of quests here that you can accept, but I'm not going to worry about any of that right now. I'm just going to beeline straight for Blurg. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm just here for the alchemy.
Ah, a visitor. You're a welcome sight. You were infected by an illithid tadpole. It's a miracle you're still intact. You must be worried sick, but have no fear. I have a friend who may be able to assist. Omelium!
I hope this is important, Blurg. My Zirkwood samples need constant attention.
It is. This adventurer has an illithid tadpole inside her head, but she hasn't turned.
No ceremorphosis. That's impossible, but intriguing.
Skipping some dialogue here to the part where we ask him to remove the tadpole.
No. It appears to be shielded from physical and magical influence. And even without the shield, the extraction would involve severe cranial trauma. Of course, I am sorry I cannot assist you in its removal. But I have an idea.
Oh, perhaps I should start taking notes.
There may be a way to bypass that stasis. There are many alchemical substances that can influence the mind.
What kind of alchemy?
A tincture distilled from a collection of rare mushrooms. They have subtle psionic influence. I would require a fresh ton of madness and Timosk spores. But be warned, in their natural state, both of these mushrooms can be quite dangerous.
I imagine Lenore would have them in her possession. She served Mystra as a cleric.
May your travels be safe and swift.
That was a small sidetrack, but back to the main quest, elixirs and equipment.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Yeah, so let me just get all these ingredients and your potions and this crown that gives temporary hit points when you gain lightning charges.
Very well. I have mushrooms to catalog.
Alright, now back to camp. Sir Fizzlelump needs to make us a bunch of potions.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt.
I've got a long road ahead. Still breathing, despite everything.
Alright, we can do 3 potions of speed. Let's go ahead and make an elixir of the Colossus. And let's go ahead and pick up some Drow Poison and some Malice while we're here. Okay, as usual, Sir Fizzlelump doubled a bunch of those potions, and now look at all these goodies we have for our upcoming fights. There's another trader in the Myconoid colony that I want to buy stuff from, but before I go to her, I need more gold. And I already have Damon in the Grove up to max approval, so I'm going to hop over to Damon and dump a bunch of stuff on him to get more gold.
How fares the search?
So I'm going to sell him this bag with, you know, about like 700 gold worth of camp supplies in it. Alright, now we got some gold to spin. Now let's hop back on over to the Myconoid colony.
I've spent so long poking about down here. I'd much rather be outside with the sun on my skin.
If you're going to complain the whole way, by all means, return topside. You could use the color.
Alright, let's head on over here and talk to Dareth. But before we can buy stuff from her, she also wants to give us a quest to go find her missing husband.
I want to have a word.
Seems the shrooms are letting in more people every day. You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name. Knock yourself out. But don't come begging for coin if you find him. You try to ransom him to me, you'll find yourself skint and stuck with a fat old lout. Bald, blue tunic, dumb as a stick.
Okay, I guess we get a quest to find her husband, even though she doesn't like him very much. But as a trader, she has a bunch of stuff I want, so before we start trading, I want to get her approval up to 100. Which means we're just going to have to donate all this stuff to her before we actually start buying anything. And then we kind of just gotta give her the rest of everything we have that's valuable to try to get that gold back so we can actually buy the things we want. Now let's finally get what we came here for, the strength elixir and all the other good potions she has. And for now I'm just going to go ahead and throw in all the alchemy ingredients she has.
Balin, where are you?
This vessel is at thy disposal. This soul awaits.
Can't give up now.
Alright, at this point you know how it goes. I'm gonna skip him making all the potions. Alright, look at all that good stuff we got. We got 6 more big health potions to use. Now I'm going to take a second and work on gearing everybody in the party up. First we're going to do Shadowheart. She's going to take the gloves that give Bless and the boots that give temporary hit points when you heal somebody. Next, Lae'zel's going to switch out her sword. Even though this sword does like 0 to 3 less damage, it has a +1 to hit, which is good for Lae'zel's all-in passive. We can also finally have Lae'zel drink a strength potion, which is going to give her +2 to hit and 2 more damage whenever she does hit. I'm going to switch out my own bow for a +1 bow. And now, before we can add Astarion to our party, we're treated to a little bit of Astarion lore.
You know, I've been thinking, and I think there's something I should tell you. Nothing big or terrible, just a small little detail about me that hasn't come up naturally. It's just that I happen to be a... what's the best way to put this? A vampire. Right. Well... glad we got that out the way. So... was there anything else? We can't. And yet I crossed the threshold like moonlight through leaves. This worm is a powerful little beast, isn't it? What's not to enjoy? I can walk in sunlight, trespass upon any home, manipulate minds. I'm the most powerful vampire in the realms. Granted, the looming doom is an issue, but why not enjoy the benefits while we can?
Love me some good lore. Alright, but in terms of combat, Astarion's going to take this crown that gives him temporary hit points whenever he gains lightning charges, which he currently gains whenever he does an unarmed attack.
No one stopped me yet. First in my heart.
The goblins still infest the roads. As long as their leaders live, Zevlor's people are trapped.
The only change I'm going to make to Will is to take off his shield and put on these bracers. His AC is going to stay the same, but it'll just make him do a little more damage if he ever gets into a situation where he's hitting people with his staff. And you know what? While we're thinking about hitting people in melee, I'm going to have Shadowheart drink a strength potion too. And now, finally, we have some Gale lore. And just believe me when I say that I cut this conversation down by over half.
My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon. Thank you. Good gods. It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mystra, have mercy on us all. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am. What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. I'm what one might call a wizard prodigy. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself. The Lady of Mysteries. The goddess Mystra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse. And later, even my lover. Oh, yes. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul. But even so, I desired more. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mystra keeps us in check. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. We come now to the crux of my folly, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms, until the day Mystra returned. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mystra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next... Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. A book, bound, then suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And God says it ever hungry.
This orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep. I stand at a precipice, but if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth.
It's no longer Gale of Waterdeep, it's now Gale the Yapper. But for his items, I'm just going to give him these boots that increase his jump distance for later when he's going to turn into a bear in wild shape form. And Shadowheart technically has the proficiency to wear heavy armor here, but I don't have a single piece of heavy armor for her, so that'll have to be an upgrade for later.
Something's on my mind.
Speak. Good. Our victory is most certain.
Hey, soldier. Excellent. Let's go.
Alright, I think these are the 3 people we're gonna go with. They just so happen to be the 3 people that all just chugged a strength potion, but that wasn't actually the reason I chose them. Partially, I wanted to try something that I saw on the wiki. Shadowheart shouldn't need to use a healing spell to trigger her healing effects. It should work for her to just throw a potion at someone. So there's actually 2 parts to this gnoll fight, and so we're going to start with like the 3 or 4 gnolls that are standing out front before we get back and have to deal with their leader. Alright, it's finally time for some combat. Carlite, can you open us up?
Best be on my way.
Now this is my happy place.
Alright, so Lae'zel by default has a 70% chance to hit, but if she uses all in, it drops to 45%. Let's have her use some Oil of Accuracy for a nice +2 to hit. Cool, that brings her all-in chance to hit up to 55%. Let's go ahead and try that.
Let my name be known. Need to act fast.
Oh, cool, that does work. They both got the Bless effect and the 3 temporary hit points.
Alright, Karlak, it's go time. My little trick.
Okay, I'm actually paying attention to how Lae'zel's passives work now. If she gets a kill, she gets to attack again with a bonus action. So I'm going to turn off all in on this first attack to make sure that it hits. Cool, and now she can use the bonus attack to kill this guy over here. Man, actually reading your abilities is super OP.
What should I do?
Nice, we got through the first half of that fight without too much trouble. Now it's just on to the Gnoll leader. But this episode's gotten super long already, so I think that'll have to wait for next time. But for now, you can let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments section below. And if you made it this far in the video, maybe think about subscribing. But either way, I'll see ya. Hey guys, welcome back to our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And it's been 12 episodes so far, and we've been powering up. And this episode, we finally get to start showing off our power and wrecking some fools. At the end of last episode, we had just taken out the first half of these gnolls. Now it's time to head up and fight the leader of the gnolls. After that, we can finally finish this quest for the Zhents and get access to all the good stuff that they have to trade. And by the end of this episode, we actually get in another combat, so be sure to watch the whole thing so you don't miss it. And if you don't want to miss any action in the future, you can subscribe so that you can see each episode. But either way, let's get into this fight. I don't really want to go into this fight with half health, so before we aggro anybody, let's go ahead and drink a potion. And I guess it's a good thing we did that, because as soon as we walked up there, we aggroed the gnolls. Sir, are you okay? Not how I would have used an acid arrow. I'm assuming I'm going to have to use some scrolls this fight, so I'm just going to go ahead and pop a Potion of Speed and 2 scrolls this turn, because the earlier you use them, the more valuable they are.
Have to keep going.
Let's just go ahead and start with Shatter, a nice AoE spell that can hit all 4 of these guys. And then let's use a Thunder Wave and try to throw some of these guys off the cliff and see if they can take falling damage. Wow, that was a great turn with Shadowheart. That killed one of them and 2 more are almost dead.
This could be fire, baby. Don't look.
No, I just misclicked here hide instead of jump. That uses up her whole action for the turn.
Victory awaits.
Okay, it turns out I can actually successfully click the jump button. Thank you, thank you. It's a very difficult feat. I was kind of hoping I could somehow shoot down the cliff with this fire arrow and hit both of those gnolls down there, but it doesn't ever work out. So I'm just going to shoot this guy instead. Okay, if Lae'zel gets a kill with her first attack, she gets to attack again as a bonus action. So let's start with her hitting the character that she's most likely to kill.
Let's finish this.
Shadowheart applying the Bless and the temporary hit points when she throws a potion is a really cool interaction.
Time to meet your maker.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Alright, Karlach finally gets a real turn. Let's go to town with these spears.
Go on.
Swift and lethal.
With a shock of psychic pain, the pack leader's mind clamps onto yours. You see yourself through her eyes, a pulsing red cluster of organs. Feast. No. The voice has forbidden this meat. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. A memory. The beast daubs the symbol of the Absolute on a cave wall in blood. Buried deep, a tadpole struggles to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind.
With how well this fight is going, I think we could face her and kill her, but I mean, I'll take the chance to try to get out of this fight.
Sensing your presence, the Gnoll's tadpole writhes in ecstasy, echoing your command. Its host will feast on Gnoll flesh to control the hunger, to keep her teeth from your throat. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Did Flynn just emote on us? Okay, she just hit for 32 damage. Maybe it's good we can get out of this fight.
My turn.
I am fury. I am death.
In case Flynn turns against us in a second, I want Lae'zel right there to get an opportunity attack.
Got to press on.
She is still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of her pack wasn't enough to satisfy her.
Okay, this is the actually hard part, because we have to succeed 2 rolls for her not to fight us now. Nat 20 on the first one, good start.
Her tadpole responds, thrashing violently, and the fragile tissue of her brain tears and splits. You taste the blood in her throat, feel it pooling in the cavity of her skull. But she still resists.
All right, let's go for it. Nice.
Your tadpole wriggles, contented, as she tears out her own throat.
At least things have stayed interesting.
By the gods, you're a sweet sight. Are any of my crew still alive out there? Black Hand be thanked. I didn't think anyone would find us. We'll take the chest back to the hideout. I owe you a drink. Lots of drinks.
We're being mostly good this run, but this guy can give us a little bit of coin for that.
Of course. I was just about to suggest the same thing.
Open up.
This shattered flare is kind of cool. I don't know if we're going to end up using it, but it is an interesting source of healing when we can't rest to heal.
I have to keep going.
Another cool weapon here. It doesn't deal that much damage, but it is light, so maybe some interesting dual-wielding stuff later. Okay, I run around and loot the rest of these bodies, but I'm just gonna skip the rest of that.
Thanks again. We'll head out as soon as we've caught our breath.
What's that?
I'll be glad when we're out of this bloody cave.
I also loot the rest of this cave, but it's just some food and some arrows, so nothing too exciting. But there are 2 locked chests, so I need to go grab Asterion to come unlock them for me.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
To think, Gales had this devastating all within himself the entire time, and only just mentioned it. Who'd keep a secret like that from his friends? You can't trust anyone these days.
My brother in Christ, you just told us last episode that you were a vampire.
Do you have someone waiting for you in Baldur's Gate, Astarion? A sweetheart, perhaps?
No sweethearts, no. I prefer them savory.
This is what I get for trying to strike up conversation.
Alright, well back to the task at hand now. Let's have Astarion unlock these boxes for us.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
That's a cool piece of loot. Unfortunately, barbarians totally don't work with this rule set. And now we can have Astarion unlock the other box.
Hardly a challenge.
So I exited the game and came back here, and when I came back, the Zins had already gone back to their hideout, I guess. So I guess let's follow their lead and go meet them in their hideout to get our reward for saving them.
I owe you one for saving my people. The Zentarim look out for their own, even if it's Rugen. Here's your coin, as promised. Our trader can show you some of our more exotic items now, but don't delay. This place is likely to be rubble soon. Someone kidnapped a duke, right on our bloody doorstep. The Flaming Fist will need someone to blame. I don't plan on it being us.
Nice, that's a perfect crossbow for us. It can add up to 2 extra damage, and it can give people minus to their attack rolls. Alright, but let's move on to the main plan here. Stealing a bunch of stuff from this trader.
Something I can help you with? Of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Alright, but before we start stealing, I'm actually going to buy these gloves that give advantage on sleight of hand checks. You know, so Astarion can steal everything else better.
Pleasure.
Alright, we've done this several times before. Just cast Bless on Astarion, let everybody else run away, and then Astarion hides and steals a bunch of stuff from the trader, and if he gets caught, he just runs away.
Someone there? Like a wraith.
So now we're taking the higher of 2d20 and then adding a d4 to it, and then that number is what's compared against the target we have to hit. So I haven't done the math this time, but all these single-digit targets are almost guaranteed successes. Now, I'm gonna get a little risky here. I would really like this heavy armor for Shadowheart.
Your behavior has caused upset. Now a fight is unavoidable.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
With finesse.
Now, when I run Astarion over here, I actually bring the whole party into combat, which apparently makes the merchant mad at the whole party. Because once I finish running away with the whole party and then coming back, the merchant's still mad at me and is charging way more for all his items.
I have something to ask.
This individual doesn't seem particularly fond of you. Perhaps a gift would improve their sentiment. Your offer appears to be of interest. Let's make it a good one.
Because now his opinion of me is -45, so I guess I'm not going to be buying anything else from this guy. I guess I'm just going to have to steal everything now. Oh no! Now that Astarion has these gloves that give him advantage on sleight of hand, I also want to go steal some stuff from one of the traders in the Grove. And let's just jump ahead to when Astarion actually starts yoinking stuff. I also want to take another try at getting some heavy armor for Shadowheart. Oh, come on!
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
To be honest here, I'm just gonna dash away, flee from combat, go back to camp, and then come back and keep stealing stuff. So we can just jump to when that happens.
Let's go to Paris. Oh, that's too easy. I can't even know. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna take one more try at getting this heavy armor for Shadowheart. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's just head back to camp peacefully for now.
This way.
Okay, so I just finished divvying up all the stuff Astarion stole, and I put this armor on Shadowheart, and she's really turning into a tank of a cleric with 19 AC.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, so I like Damon, and he's pretty important to the story, so I'm not gonna piss him off by stealing from him.
How fares the search?
But I am gonna buy all his arrows, this shield that gives +1 to all saving throws, and some upgraded light armor.
Let's get going.
And now there's another fight in the grove that I haven't taken care of yet, so I'm gonna go grab some companions that are strong in combat right now.
Well met.
Ready and willing.
Oh, and I've also been neglecting to have Will bind to his staff as his pact weapon, so let's go ahead and do that now. Nice. Wow, that gives him +4 more to hit and +4 more damage.
Onward.
Have to keep low. Speak.
Good. Our victory is most certain.
Alright, now that we got our party sorted out, I think we're strong enough to take on the Harpies and save another one of the Tiefling kids.
Is someone singing?
It's beautiful.
Alright, well I guess if they're trying to lure us in, let's square up.
Please. Shh. Listen. Don't you hear it? It's so peaceful. No, it's just a bit of water. I only want to listen. Just a little closer. Yes, everything's gonna be fine. once I get there.
The luring song is a wisdom saving throw, and wisdom's like every one of these characters' dump stats.
Another fight. Let's go.
You know what? We got a lot of arrows. Let's try a fire arrow on him.
What happened? I will have your head, Harpy.
Bro, Lae'zel is pissed that you tried to charm her. Man, Lae'zel's throws still just go crazy.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Ooh, attack of opportunity for 17, and she immediately got lured. No, why is all my team lured right now?
What happened?
I will have your head, Harpy.
Okay, let's stop messing around. Let's have Karlach start finishing these harpies off. So my thought was, I'll leave that low health harpy next to Lae'zel so she can kill it and get a bonus attack. But that one didn't quite end up working out for me. No more messing around. Let's have Karlach just finish her off.
Handy. Never a dull moment. No prayers needed. On my way.
Perfect. Ended up taking a fair bit of damage in that fight, but we ended it out without too much trouble.
What's up for discussion?
Are they gone? No. Yes.
I mean, I don't know. Really? You think so? I'll tell Mol. Oh no. She'll be so mad. I didn't get the gold from the nest. I got to go. Wait, you should meet Mol. She'll be grateful you helped me. Find a boy called Donnie. Tell him you want to see the dragon's lair.
And I think that's gonna do it for this episode. 2 pretty tough fights down, and I say we're looking pretty strong. We're getting pretty close to only having the bosses on the surface left. So be sure to subscribe if you don't want to miss it. And let me know what you think of the series so far in the comment section below. See ya! Guys, I think this is the most important role in the whole game. I will blow every inspiration before I fail this role. Hey guys, welcome back to Nova Gaming and our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And today we're going to be finishing up 4 optional encounters on the surface of Act 1. And even though these encounters are skippable, I think they might be some of the most important in the game because they really give the game its depth. We're going to see some progress on a lot of the storylines that we've already started. We're going to have the opportunity to adopt 2 pets, and one of our companions professes their love for us today, so stay tuned for that. And if you want to catch everything that happens in this series, think about subscribing. But for now, let's make sure all our allies are all healed up from the harpy fight we had at the end of last episode. And then, once we've healed everybody up, we're going to go check out the ogres in the Blighted Village, which should be a pretty easy encounter with our charismatic bard as the face of the party.
Smell that? Fresh forest air.
I smell only fear. The fear of cowards lying in wait for an ambush.
You can take a day off once in a while, Lae'zel.
I do not take days off. I'd even forego sleep if such a thing were feasible. The one advantage an elf holds over a Githyanki.
With haste.
Tastes like chicken. No chicken. Tastes like fish. Gentlemen, contain yourselves. This quarrel sours our feast. Besides, tastes like pork. And what surprise is this? Brothers, look here. I have eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food. The mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the absolute.
Yeah, we don't have the brand, but don't worry, we can talk a way out of this one.
Indeed. How regrettable that your meat must go unsavored. Food? Food. Not food. Friend. Am I not astonishing? A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you see. I am a gourmand, and you a delicacy. Were I so lucky?
Should I be complimented or insulted? I'm just gonna take that as a compliment.
I've no use for the absolute, or any god. I follow 2 masters only. Gluttony and greed. The goblins understand my appetites. They sate my hunger for gold. And the rest sate my hunger for meat. Boss goblin give gold. We check brand. Good deal. No talk. malice and extortion. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
Yeah, this DC 20 would be super hard, but don't worry, we got crazy high persuasion. Well, crap.
A brilliant notion, and a boon to my aching belly. We have a deal, my tasty kibble. Take my bone horn. One blow, and the ground will quake with my family name. Use it when the need arises, and never a moment before. Ogre kill everyone around, then Ogre eats them. Well spoken, indeed. Ogre, kill everyone around. We will keep close. When you are ready, sound the horn.
Man, those ogres are booking it out of there. Also, that was a nice, cool 225 XP. Before we leave here, there's also a dead body we can talk to.
The tiefling's corpse stirs with the spell. You realize the tiefling's body has been torn open by huge hands.
Strange warriors. Gold. Skin. Silver blades.
Quick of foot, this one, to avoid Githyanki hunters.
Mountains. Road. Gate. True sight. No coin. Ogres. Hungry. Bloodied. Screams.
Huh. So she survived the Githyanki, but then died to the ogres.
El Turel. Zoru.
Speaking of the Githyanki, our next stop is to go investigate the Githyanki troops on the north side of the map. So let's go grab Astarion and then head up there now.
I need a quick word.
Yes? In that case, I'd be happy to tag along.
Feed if you must, Astarion. But give me so much as a hungry look, and I'll drive a stake through your heart.
I do so very like spicy food.
Let's just skip all the running and go straight to when we're almost at the mountain pass.
A dragon rider, my kin and near.
Damn thing could blot out the sun.
Stay low. It might not see us.
You go a lifetime without seeing one, and then they won't stop pestering you.
Let's head up here and see what Alika has to say. Also, I love the point in this conversation where you can ask her to join your party.
What are you doing? Hold up before they see you, Gresham. What? Apart from the dragon? Look. That lot are swarming all over the bridge. I don't know what they want, but it can't be good. I'm going to find another way around. You ought to do the same. I doubt a fight against them would go your way. What? Just follow you around? I go my own way. Alone. Rag. That's it. I'm getting out of here.
You get kind of used to your companions being willing to just drop everything to follow you around, until somebody actually calls you out on how weird it is for them to just follow you around all the time. But now let's go ahead and deal with these Githyanki.
Drop your weapons!
I'll feed your innards to the ants before I do that, Istik.
This is your last chance!
No, look up. That was your last chance, Istik. Now burn!
Stop wasting time, Beretta. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to...
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches us. Fail her at your peril.
A red dragon. I envy its knight. Would that I rode such a steed. A crash must be near. Come, my kin await.
This next conversation is actually a little scary because there's multiple skill checks and some of them are even hidden dice rolls, so you can't even use inspiration on them. But let's just try it and see how it goes.
Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Shh. Such a familiar tone. Were I not merciful, I would slice the skin clean from your meat. Yet you are not bleeding. For I am nothing if not merciful. Your name, child?
Lae'zel.
Lae'zel. Proud. Regal, even. You will call me Gestil Kithrak.
Voss, Knight Supreme. The Queen's silver, the Queen's sword.
I am who you say. A Geich vessel has fallen from the sky, Lae'zel. Thieves aboard have taken a weapon most precious. It is polyhedric in shape and inscribed with the sacred runes of our people.
You suddenly feel a strange anxiety take hold. Not your own, but that of the artifact you carry. Somehow, it's afraid. You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall into the Gith Raiders' hands.
Take word to your creche. You are to join our search. Speak up, child. Affirm your mandate.
So first you have to convince Lae'zel to play dumb, and then you have to convince Kithrak Voss that you're telling the truth.
You honor me with this duty, Kithrak. I shall alert my caretaker with haste.
The Kithrak nods, content with Lae'zel's answer.
You serve your queen well, child. Take your slaves and hunt those who escaped the Geich ship. They must carry the weapon.
I fly now to Vlaakith, our undying queen. She will see your faith rewarded in this plane and ours.
A current of deception carries Voss's words. Wherever he flies, it is not to Vlaakith.
To Danos! To the sky!
Nice, we succeeded and made it through that one peacefully.
Damn it all! You did well to intervene, vexed as I am to admit it. The Gestil Kithrak would have flayed our skin and left our carcasses to burn in the sun. All for the sake of the artifact that we carry. The crash is near, this much we know. We follow the path forward and into the valley. No one, not even the ignoble Gestil Kithrak, will keep me from my purification.
There was a lot of people there that we just got past peacefully. We got 475 XP for that, and we're at right about 1000 XP left to level up. So we've dealt with the Githyanki for now, and Lae'zel has a newfound mission to go to the creche, but we can't do that right now. Right now we actually have an owlbear to go fight. But first, I noticed Lae'zel was wearing medium armor instead of heavy armor, so I want to go get some heavy armor to put on her. So let's head over to Damon in the Grove to go get some heavy armor.
What's up for discussion?
How fares the search?
Also, while we're here, we can dump all our wares on Damon for gold. Nice, this armor will take Lae'zel from 16 to 17 AC, and it'll make it take 1 less slashing damage. Let's also heal Lae'zel up the rest of the way, and then we can head out to the Owlbear. This is an optional fight, but you do have to do it if you want to be able to adopt the owlbear cub, which, come to think of it, kind of makes us sound like monsters that were brutally murdering the mother in order to adopt the baby, but just don't think about it too much.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby. I should speak up.
Absolute. Protect us.
This is it. I guess we go inside?
I'll give it a shot.
Also, because we have Speak with Animals, the game will still let us try to resolve this peacefully, but that's not really what we're here for. We're here to fight. We're here to avenge Edwin or something. Yeah, that's what we're going with.
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear, its beaked face looming out of the darkness.
What's this? Something weak, something tender. Won't even have to chew you before I feed you to my son. Soft meat. I'll tear you in half before you touch a feather on his head.
Now, that response might have seemed super mean, but remember, we're doing this for Edwin.
Pay attention! You're done pretty and scented to wit.
Now, this is the first legendary action that we've faced, and in this fight, the owlbear just summons a whole nother owlbear.
I've missed this.
I am fury. I am death.
Here, Lae'zel's going to use an Oil of Accuracy to help compensate for her all-in passive.
Taking position.
The dance macabre.
Both the owlbear and her mate will end up gaining resistance to physical damage, so I want Astarion to use an Oil of Sharpness, which will let him overcome that resistance.
Let's move.
But then I realized I accidentally put it on his bow instead of his sword right here. So I looked it up, and in order to save the owlbear cub after the fight, you actually have to kill the mate before you kill the mom. So we need to start targeting the owlbear mate first. I want you to watch the owlbear cub throughout this fight. This cub absolutely has it out for Astarion. The cool thing is, since we already stopped and talked to Brenna and Andric, they both help us in this fight. And Brenna's supposed to be some kind of spellcaster type character, so let's see what she can do. And she just took almost her entire health bar as damage. And now Brenna's dead. That didn't last very long. Well, she got one spell off.
Hey, you! You're done pretty and scented to wit.
Shall we cut and run?
You bow, or you break.
Okay, so there's the owlbear rage. He's now resistant to all physical damage.
Let's spill some blood.
Alright, take 2 on this Oil of Sharpness for Astarion.
pleasure.
And for some reason, Astarion's damage was still cut in half by the resistance. I don't understand why.
Time to strike.
Like I said, this cub is on a mission to hunt down Astarion. Okay, that was kind of a rough turn with Astarion going down. Let's pop a speed potion on Lae'zel so she can just go to town on these owlbears.
You bow, or you...
No choice but to keep going.
Listen here! Thou glorious hog!
Let's have some carnage.
For once, the cub already used his reaction, so he can't stab Astarion again here.
Handy.
Put down! Thou goblin food gobbler!
Time for cuddle.
This owlbear mate is kind of really tanky with resistance to all physical damage, but we're slowly whittling him down.
I am fury. I am death.
Oh, there we go! And Lae'zel even gets an extra attack because she dealt a killing blow.
Taste my fury.
Can you feel death's cold grip? Be quick.
But now, because we killed the mate, the mom is going to get the same resistance to physical damage. Yeah, she only needs a 16 and she has a plus 10 to hit. I think you're going down either way, buddy.
I'm talking! Your head empty as a debtor's purse!
Let's have some fun. Make it hurt.
Time to strike.
Cub looks from you to his dead mother.
Wake. Hungry.
A single strike will end his suffering.
Well, now I just feel bad.
Hungry. Food.
You watch, speechless, as the cub begins to eat his mother.
The cub has a fighting chance now.
that, or we've just prolonged its misery.
Well, straight out of that fight, Lae'zel has something very important to tell us.
I have a confession. I was too hasty to judge you. I thought you witless, gutless, unimpressively bland. Now, well, you've earned my respect and more still. You've proven your wits. You are efficient and dominant, in and out of battle. You've proven your courage. I swear you would tear the horns off one dragon to plunge into another. And you're hardly bland. Your scent alone is enough to make my neck sweat and my hairs stand on end. Isn't it obvious? I want to taste you. Perhaps tonight, perhaps later, but I want it all the same. Do you?
I appreciate it, but this playthrough doesn't play well with romances.
Your loss, I fear. One day soon, you will wonder how my lips might have tasted, how my fingers on your skin might have felt, and you will wish you could return to this lost moment.
So, I think Lae'zel is one of the few companions that have Professor love for you outside of camp, if her approval of you is high enough. We can take a quick check of all the companions' approval of us. We're still struggling a bit with Astarion, but Karlach and Lae'zel are both medium already. And then for the other three, Shadowheart's also a medium, and we're super close with Will and Gale. Alright, well let's get back to this cave and loot up all the rest of the stuff that's here.
I'll take that.
Ooh, this armor reflects radiant damage back to undead creatures. This will be really good in Act 2.
I've got a long road ahead.
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Look there, a shrine.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
Yeah, opening that chest without disabling the magic first causes a huge explosion, so we're not gonna do that.
What's that?
A prayer sheet with the same symbol as the one on the chest. My prayers are answered.
Okay, now we can open the chest and claim its goodies.
Lunite coming of age rituals. Seems like a serious undertaking. Dangerous, even.
Alright, let's grab the rest of the stuff in here and then get out of here. We have one more stop to make before the end of this episode.
Eager for battle.
Best get going. Can't slow down. Let's see. Not for me.
Alright, we have one more person to go see, and I'll be honest, I think this is my favorite character in the whole game. Scratch, my favorite, come here.
Keep moving, stranger. Quietly. I told you to go.
Guys, I think this is the most important role in the whole game. I will blow every inspiration before I fail this role. Let's go! We get Scratch!
There's death in your scent, but not in your words. Still, you should go.
My friend is injured. He needs rest. Of course he will. And then we'll return home. We were attacked. Cackling, furry things on 2 legs. And their smell, it was strange, rotten, evil.
You know the creatures he describes. Gnolls.
He calls me Scratch. You can do the same. No, I won't leave him. If it comes to that, I may. Thank you.
I don't know when Scratch and the Owlbear Cub will show up in our camp exactly. It's usually after a long rest, and since we're not long resting, I don't know exactly how long it'll take. But that'll have to wait for another episode, because that's going to be it for today. Thanks for watching, and let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments below. See ya! Okay, 2 of our companions are locked in a cocoon, and 1 is dead. Are we cooked? Is this how the run ends? Hey guys, and welcome back to Nova Gaming, and our no-sleep, honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And today we have our next boss fight on the surface of Act 1. We're gonna take on the Phase Spider Queen. But first, we have a couple other smaller encounters that we're gonna take on to try to soak up a little more experience before we fight the spiders. First, there's a bear up here above the Druid's Grove that's a pretty easy fight, so let's start out by taking him on. Astarion, hit him with some of that good sneak attack damage.
I'll do it my way.
Still on my feet. With haste.
You can send an elf to sleep.
This bear always starts the fight with the surprised condition, and that's part of why this fight's so easy. Nice, we didn't even take a single point of damage.
Looking ahead.
You have good timing. Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square. Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
Not sure if I'll succeed this. Better add a guidance just in case.
Well, that's quite the story. And I thought I was doomed. Now I feel sorry for you. Here. Take this. It's worth a fortune. But a fortune's not worth much if you're dead. Consider it payment for saving my life.
A soul coin, true to its name, holds a mortal soul inside. It serves in the Nine Hells as very valuable currency.
Alright, before we leave, I think there's a few more secrets tucked in this corner of the Druid's Grove that we haven't gone to yet. Oh, nice, a chest, and it has a couple of health potions in it. Oh look, a nice friendly squirrel that wants to talk to us.
Get out!
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
What was that?
You barged in without an invitation. I wouldn't call that friendly. See, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. about this? You can stay if you keep those ugly feet on the ground. I'll even sweeten the pot. Found some weird smelling stuff on the ground. You can keep it, but these trees are mine. Follow the rules and I won't have to intervene. Got it?
Well, I don't think my feet are ugly, but yes sir, I got it. Alright, that's going to be it for the Druid's Grove for now. And we also never finished clearing out the crypt, and we're high enough level that that should be pretty easy for us. So let's head over there now.
Let's see.
And while we're over here, we have a couple of chests that we couldn't dig up earlier that we can get now. Alright, now let's deal with these fools trying to loot the crypt.
You're both twice as tall as me, but have half the bloody backbone! But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt? I'm telling you, it's a ship. And the crypt can wait. Mari and Barton have been trying to break in for days. Now we... Stop! Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship.
Let's just go ahead and scare these guys off without a fight.
Well, in that case, come on you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese, no?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese! Now move it!
You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
Well, thanks, Shadowheart. And after dealing with those guys, we open up a few more chests around here, but let's skip to when we actually go into the crypt.
Thank you, Gibblebuck. Everything all right out there? You sound a bit shaken, Mosh. Hang on while I find the key.
My faith will guide me.
Who the hell? You're dead!
Alright, this guy's level 2 and he starts out surprised, so let's see if we can get through this fight too without taking any damage.
Let's have some fun. Moving. Time for a new approach.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Alright, there's some food and stuff in this room, but nothing super important. So let's go ahead and skip to when we're ready to move into the next room.
I need a drink.
Alright, Astarion, can you take that lady out before she even gets a chance to enter combat?
Stay low. Finally.
Bro, she survived with 2 HP. It's okay, the Willers take her out with the next hit.
Let's get it done.
And never mind, Will missed the next hit.
How'd you get past Andor? Back off!
Can't even catch my breath.
I guess I'll just have to do it myself.
At the ready.
Alright, another fight down without even taking a single point of damage. Let's just keep it rolling and keep moving through the crypt.
Any views?
So I'm just going through this room, opening all the containers in case there's any good loot. And when I open this one, I take a bunch of fall damage as if I fell in. Thanks, Larian. Nah, I'm just playing, but that was kind of weird. I haven't ever seen the game glitch out like that before.
How much further can I go?
Alright, well the last couple bandits are in this last room of the crypt, so let's finish them off.
Might be useful.
There are 4 people in this room, so I don't know if we'll be able to make it through as unscathed as we have for the other rooms.
Into the shadows. Make it hurt.
Clear off! We got here first.
Nice, we crit, kill him, and get some temporary HP.
Where do I go from here? What do I have to lose?
I think Shadowheart should just go and punch this guy over here. Wait, what do you mean not enough movement? He's literally right there!
Now they see me.
Astarion literally moved like 1 inch to line that shot up, and it let somebody see him. Also, why do so many enemies in this game have dark vision? I'm gonna have to start checking every enemy for dark vision. Well, I have advantage on this guy over here, because Shadowheart's right next to him, so I guess I'll just sneak attack him instead.
Well, so much for peace.
I would really like to one-shot this wizard, so I'm gonna try using an arrow on him and see if I can kill him in 1 hit. Well, not quite, but now she'll literally die to whatever hits her next, so that's okay.
This is my time.
Nice. Now there's just 2 guys left, so we really shouldn't be under any threat from here on out.
Still breathing, despite everything.
This barbarian has resistance to most of our damage because he has his rage going, but we'll eventually whittle him down. Nice. Okay, now everybody can just take turns smacking this last guy until he dies.
Time to push my luck again. Think you can take me on?
I'm ready.
No holding back. A down my mark.
Okay, we lost a little bit of HP there, but it was a pretty good fight. We loot the rest of this room, but there's not really anything interesting in here, so let's just jump to Shadowheart healing everybody up.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Alright, now it's time to face some spiders. Let's go back to our camp and grab Lae'zel and Karlach and get ready to go.
You get along quite well, I think.
Speak, quickly. Ready for battle.
That contraption's a hot ticket item. Might not be our last scrap for its sake. Now we're talking.
And because we finished the owlbear fight before we went to fight the spiders, now we can make a special spear that does extra damage against spiders. So this spear only normally does 1d8 damage, but it deals an extra 2d6 against spiders and other spider-like creatures.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable.
Wow, it's actually a roll for once that I don't have any crazy bonuses for, only Jack of all trades and guidance.
Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the dappled light.
We're going in.
Keep clear of the webs, and the spiders might not notice us.
I ain't scared of no spiders.
Something didn't like that.
That's okay, we're ready for a fight.
A better position. Now they see me.
Wait, these spiders also have dark vision? Why does every enemy in the game have dark vision?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Alright, time to see what Lae'zel can do with this new anti-spider spear.
My turn. My little trick.
Karlach doesn't even have the special spear, but it still seems like she hits the hardest of anybody in the party.
Still on my feet.
This is good. Leave no trace.
And now Astarion can't use his sneak attack because he's poisoned, and poison gives you disadvantage, and Astarion can't use sneak attack when he's disadvantaged. Astarion is just not having a great time trying to actually get sneak attacks off. here, Astarion doesn't actually have an angle to shoot the spider from, so I'm going to try to shoot the floor under the spider and drop him down. Well, that only dealt like 6 damage, but next turn I'll try to finish off the web and drop the spider down and make him take fall damage.
Time to push my luck again.
Oh, and we dropped the spider down, and he didn't end up taking any fall damage. Lae'zel got stuck in the webs this turn, but she could just fall back on shooting with her bow.
Fuck yes. That's it.
Alright, now there's only one guy left. Now we can just all wail on this last guy until he dies.
Survival is all that matters.
Somehow everybody else is full health and Astarion's at literally 1 HP.
Let's cover your fire, baby.
Weird glitch here. For some reason, Karlach's weapon didn't return to her, even though it's supposed to return every turn.
Good idea, Karlach.
Important note here, when you kill these Ettercaps, they like explode and make the people around them take poison damage over a couple turns. And so now Astarion's dead. And he's back up. And he's dead. And he's back up. And he's dead again. And he's back up. Okay, now you're just being dramatic.
Someone there?
Okay, now that everybody's stabilized at least, let's heal up and then keep moving.
Careful, I bite.
Okay, there's a lot of bits and bobs and random loot down here, and of course we run around and pick up all of it, but let's just jump to when we're ready to fight the Queen Spider.
Ready or not?
Alright, so I got everybody in position here, but before you start the fight, you can break the little eggs so fewer of the little spiders will spawn during the fight. So the plan is to have Astarion sneak over and break the eggs without getting noticed. But unfortunately, Astarion just gotten webbed, which means he can't move, and the Spider Queen is coming to investigate. And the Spider Queen has dark vision, so she's going to be able to find him no matter what. So now the fight's about to start.
Let's keep to the shadows. Hungry for the slaughter.
Okay, so the Spider Queen ended up pulling everybody into combat, so now we're just in a straight-up fight against the Queen. Oh, Astarion, that is an unfortunate time to fail your dexterity throw. I would really like to incapacitate the Spider Queen for a turn or two, so I'm gonna try Atasha's Hideous Laughter against her. And it failed, but that's okay, we got other options. that's unfortunate. Astarion is super dead already.
I will not know failure.
And that's the Spider Queen's legendary action. She can lock you in just a whole cocoon if you attack one of the other spiders. And supposedly you can break the cocoon with acid or fire damage. So I'm going to have Karlach throw this AoE acid spell to hopefully hit the cocoon and both spiders. And we didn't even end up hitting the cocoon at all, but we did end up breaking the web under the queen spider and making her take 42 falling damage. So that's pretty good. And making the Spider Queen take falling damage is really the way to go in this fight, so I'm going to try to throw a Shatter spell and knock her off this web again. And not only did the Shatter not break the web, but then she locked me in a cocoon. Yeah, this is not looking good. I would love to use a shield spell right now. Okay, 2 of our companions are locked in a cocoon and 1 is dead. Are we cooked? Is this how the run ends? I think we can make some space for ourselves and trigger another falling damage with this Thunder Wave spell. And then we're definitely going to need another haste potion, so let's drink that and then throw a fire spell to try to break Lae'zel out of her cocoon. Okay, well that didn't work either, but I think we're alive for at least one more turn.
My injuries need tending.
Okay, now look at this. We have 3 people down. Karlach is the only one alive. She has a speed potion up, so she has a ton of move speed. Should she just run away? I might be pushing my luck here, but I'm gonna try for at least one more turn. Alright, we got Lae'zel and Tav back up. Let's see what we can do with one more turn. Well, we went right back down, but Lae'zel's back up, and Karlach actually has a perfect way to knock the Queen Spider off again. Let's go for one more turn. Now Karlach doesn't actually have an angle to throw another spear at the Queen Spider, but let's just heal Lae'zel up some more and see what happens. Okay, Lae'zel's actually back up and actually gets to take a normal turn now. Let's drink a haste potion and go to town on these spiders.
Make way.
So I wanted to get close enough to spike a health potion on both of us, but then I didn't want to stay close together because I didn't want the Spider Queen to throw some AoE attack and hit both of us. Wow, with all the things that have gone wrong in this fight, the Spider Queen taking a whole turn to kill Astarion is a really good thing.
On the move.
Nice, Lae'zel just two-shots that spider. Now we just have the Spider Queen and the little guys left.
Handy.
Okay, Lae'zel, she dropped in right beside you and you have 2 attacks. Let's finish her off. What the hell was even that? Okay, she survived with 4 HP, and Lae'zel goes lethargic next turn. I do not want to gamble with trying to survive for another turn. I'm drinking a speed potion. Let's go! She finally died and we survived. Now we just have to finish cleaning up these little guys.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Let's go! We defeated the Spider Queen. That looked pretty dicey for a while. I think that's the closest we've been to dying in this honor mode run. But I think that's going to be it for this episode. Let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments section below. And if you want to see what happens next time and you don't want to miss an episode, subscribe. But either way, thanks for watching all the way to the end of the video. See ya!
Could we be so blind?
Well, I should be in the fog cloud here. Let's go ahead and try to steal the idol and see what happens. Hey guys, welcome back to A Nova Gaming and our no sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Last episode we just got finished killing the phase spider, and today we're going to be fixing Karlach and also stealing the idol from the grove. So let's get into it. There's some infernal iron in a room that attaches to these caves, but these caves are super hard to navigate, so let's just jump to when we're getting there. And then we can actually just blast our way right through this wall in order to get into the basement of the Blighted Village, where the infernal iron is. Our first order of business is to get down from this ledge without hurting ourselves, but luckily there's this stack of crates to jump onto, so that won't be an issue. And then there's a bunch of chests with loot in this room, so I'm just going to run around looting all of that until this happens.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Ah, yeah, thanks. That warning would have been useful just a few seconds earlier, though. Nice. These are the blueprints for the Susar weapons. It'll be a while before you can actually craft one of these, but these will be good to come back to later.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Susabak. If only I knew where to find some.
Eager for battle.
Let's march!
Alright, this is the chest with the infernal iron. This is what we came for. Unfortunately, it's locked, and Astarion, the designated lockpicker, is dead right now, and I haven't revived him yet. So my first thought is just break it open, but unfortunately it's sturdy, and so it doesn't take damage from that. You know what, for now, I'm just going to pocket it and have Astarion pick it open later.
Let's move.
So there's a bunch of other valuable stuff in here, and I'm going to just go ahead and loot all of it. And that's good, because I don't actually have enough gold to revive Astarion right now, so I'm going to have to dump a bunch of junk on Damon in the Grove to get the gold to revive him again. Oh, there's a trap disarm kit up by these doors, so if you come in this way, you get a little extra warning that there's going to be a trap in this room. Alright, now let's head back to camp and have Shadowheart just grab everything valuable that we don't need from the camp to just go sell to Damon. That's going to include a bunch of food, because we can't use it because we're not long resting, and just a bunch of duplicate weapons we've already accumulated so far. Alright, that should be enough stuff for now. Let's go pay Damon a visit and get this gold to revive Astarion.
Touch me and I'll bite your fingers off! I will!
How fares the search?
Nice, over 400 gold worth of stuff. That's pretty good. Alright, let's head back to camp and pay Withers a visit and revive Astarion. And remember, as part of this challenge, any gold that we use to resurrect people is gone forever. I'm not getting it back from Withers.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Which of them dost thou require? This is the price of balance. By doom and dusk I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? Excellent. Now that that's settled, lead on.
Alright, now that we have Astarion back, we can have him pick this lock and get the infernal iron for Karlach. Wait, we had a key the whole time? I didn't even need to revive Astarion first to get in here? Bruh. Oh well, either way we still got the infernal iron for Karlach. Let's grab some party members that we think will approve of fixing Karlach, and then go get this engine fixed.
Something's on my mind.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something? Lead the way, then.
You've got something to say? Let's make this happen.
Get back, kid. I already told you I don't have it.
How fares the search?
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment. And I think... There. You'll have to install it, I'm afraid. I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all the realms to protect from that kind of heat.
That feels... good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less... changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Find me again in Baldur's Gate. If I'm worth my salt, I'll have figured something out by then. Take care, Karlach. And hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. Pocket any infernal iron you find along the way,
I miss my forge.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful. Sooner rather than later would be good. I feel like I'm burning serious fuel. Oh, fuck yes. I'm ready to burn all night. Speaking of, I could eat a giant badger. Is it almost time for dinner?
Nice, and just like that we finished the first stage of fixing Karlach's engine without ever taking a long rest. Let's go! And also as a bonus, she gets this buff to give her advantage against being charmed, which isn't a lot, but it's something. Now, since we've resurrected Astarion and got him back in our party, I have another job for him, actually.
Yes? In that case, I'd be happy to tag along.
I'm gonna break Astarion off by himself, because this is more of a solo operation. Mel asked us to steal the idol and give it to her, and now that we've stopped the Rite of Thorns, I think we should be able to do it. I have these 2 scrolls of fog cloud that I'm going to use to hide in while I steal the idol. This one casts more on the idol itself, but I'm not sure if that's going to work because I'm not actually obscured. Well, I have one more scroll. I guess let's give it another try. Well, I should be in the fog cloud here. I guess let's just go ahead and try to steal the idol and see what happens.
The druids will not stand by while you abscond with their idol. Your next move will decide your fate. You are forgiven. This time.
Okay, I think I know what I did wrong there. I wasn't actually hiding, and you have to both be hiding and obscured for someone not to see you. Okay, now we're hiding, and it says we're heavily obscured, which should mean we always succeed our stealth checks, but I'm not going to stick around to find out. Oh, can you imagine if we failed the stealth check there? Anyway, let's go out of turn-based mode and just click on the map and teleport to anywhere. The idol also gives this buff to everybody nearby, which makes me worried that the other people in the grove are gonna know that we're holding the idol and that we stole it. But I guess let's just try walking in and hoping for the best. And it turns out that this works fine. I mean, even in the bottom right, you can see people gaining and losing the buff as we run past them. But nobody accuses us of stealing the idol, so that's great. Now we can go take it to Mole and get the reward from her.
I had a feeling you'd be back. Thanks. See you in Baldur's Gate, I hope. Now scram, before I get emotional.
You're welcome, I guess? But also, this ring that she gave us is really great, so thanks for that. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Astarion, since he has a lower armor class than everybody else. And as one last thing before we finish this episode, I said like 10 episodes ago that I need to go pick up this amulet by the Depressed Bear, so I'm gonna show you guys that I finally went and picked it up. This amulet will give us 1 free cast of Lesser Restoration, and I'll give it to Shadowheart since he's the designated healer. I'm sure we'll find some use for it.
At least things have stayed interesting.
And I think that's going to be it for today. Thanks for watching. It was a little bit of a shorter episode today, but after the League of Legends videos, I wanted to get a Baldur's Gate 3 video out quickly. So let me know what you think of that in the comment section below. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no-sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. And we've cleared almost every major fight on the surface of Act 1, but we're still going back through and looking for every detail so that we can soak up as much XP and approval from our companions before we have to fight the goblins at the end of this section. So in this episode, we have 4 of these easier to miss encounters, and we're going to start out by grabbing all of our evil companions, because the first encounter is going to be killing Saza.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way!
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with.
I'm just gonna let her shoot Saza here because I'm completely on the Tiefling side on this one.
I'm not afraid. Chosen by the Absolute, I am. I'm blessed. Oh, I'll bless you, all right. Here it comes, you little beast.
Is that everything?
I didn't get the little pop-up, but the wiki claims that letting the Tiefling shoot Saza gives you approval from Astarion, so I'm still going to count that as a win. Next, I'm going to have Astarion pick the lock to Saza's body, mostly just to show off the fact that he has plus 10 and advantage on sleight of hand checks this early in the game.
Let's move.
There's not even anything on her body to steal. I guess that really was just for Astarion to flex. I think you can use Speak with Dead on this body. Maybe we'll come back later and do that. But for now, our second encounter is this secret passage down here that has a couple of goodies in it. So there's a couple things down here in these tunnels, including some goblins that want to fight us. But first we have to deal with the fact that there's a trapped statue that'll shoot us with fireballs if we don't disable it first.
Glowing eyes are...
So there's the statue. So now let's have Astarion dash up to the control panel in turn-based mode to disable it.
Careful, I might.
I don't know if this counts as a hack or not, but if you dash before you go into turn-based mode, and then again after you go into turn-based mode, you actually get the dash effect twice, so you actually go to 4 times your normal speed in one turn.
We should set the whole grove on fire.
Did some bleeding arts show up to save the druid? I'll cut you to pieces. Kill 'em!
Okay, well I guess that was close enough to start combat with the goblins. But the statue is still not disabled, so before we do anything else, let's interact with this button so the statue doesn't shoot us with fireballs.
On the hunt.
Somehow it seems like every enemy in this game has dark vision, so Astarion wasn't successful in hiding, so he can't get a sneak attack. I guess I'm just gonna have to have him shoot one of them normally.
This will do nicely.
Can't even catch my breath.
And then the rest of the party is so far back here that we're not even going to be in a range for ranged attacks this round. But it's okay, because we're really over-leveled for this fight, so I'm really not worried about it.
Got to move.
And then Lae'zel really wants to melee attack and not even ranged attack, so she has even more distance to cover. So I thought I could use the last of my movement to jump over this mud, but I ended up walking just too far to not be able to jump, so I guess Lae'zel is just kind of stuck here for this turn. What are these critical hits? They've already critted me twice in the first round and a half. One of the nice things about trying to get sneak attacks with rogues is that usually your ranged attack is just longer than their vision range. So if you walk right to the edge of their vision and then hide, you'll be at just the right distance to attack them without them seeing you.
Still on my feet.
Since we have Shadowheart with us, we may as well make use of the fact that she gives everybody temporary HP whenever she heals them.
On the move.
Look, I could fight this warg and probably kill it, but instead I think I'm just gonna go kill the guy that summoned the warg and just deal with him that way. And never mind, because of the mud, the tooltip actually lied to me, and Lae'zel couldn't actually reach the guy that summoned the warg, so I guess she's just gonna have to shoot him this turn. And I'm gonna use the same trick this turn, have Astarion stand right outside of vision range, and then hide so that he can get a sneak attack off.
Leave no trace. Let's play.
And then Astarion's attack just missed. This guy's luck is crazy.
Where do I go from here?
And then I just end up killing him with only a 50% chance to hit. But I guess that's just how Baldur's Gate goes.
Time to strike. Let my name be known.
Man, Lae'zel has literally contributed nothing to this fight so far.
Time to move. They won't know what bit them.
What now? Time to press ahead. Looking ahead.
Nice, that was a pretty easy fight since we're already level 4, but we got some XP out of it, and there's also some good loot here to grab.
Any views?
His breaths are shallow, his wounds deep. He doesn't respond to your voice.
So Findal has a rare item that you can get from him down here, and you can just pickpocket it from him, but I decided that I want to be a good guy, so I actually heal him. And I'm thinking that I might get a bonus reward from him, or at least some XP or approval or something.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought I was gonna die down here. Oh, it's my fault. I thought I'd given them the slip, but they followed me through the tunnel back there. I must tell the others what happened. I stepped careful. There are traps in these tunnels. And thank you again.
And then he just books it and doesn't even give me his magical item. So much for being rewarded for being a good playthrough. However, since we did save Findal and run off the goblins, there is some other loot that we can grab while we're down here. A Nat 2 and a Nat 3? Of course that still works. This is Astarion we're talking about.
Simple.
A cool quarterstaff that can maybe ensnare people. Maybe Gale can use that since he's a druid in this playthrough.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
The other useful thing to do while we're down in these tunnels is some loot on the center island here. However, there's 2 more statues that want to shoot fireballs at us when we go over there.
Something over there.
So let's have Astarion hop into turn-based mode and see if he can dash over there and solve this problem for us.
Let's see.
Perfect. Now that the statues are disabled, we can go out of turn-based mode and loot this body, and also grab the buried treasure up top. Also, while I'm recording this, I realized that I bet this body has Speak with Dead dialogue, but I didn't do that here. Maybe sometime I'll come back and speak to it. So, we healed Findal and he ran off. According to the wiki, if you heal him before you confront Kaga about the Shadow Druids, he appears near Kaga and he'll help you in the fight against the Shadow Druids. However, we already fought them, and so Findal didn't appear there, and I looked all over the grove and I couldn't find him anywhere, which means he might have just disappeared, which is pretty lame. But for now, let's go on to our next encounter of this episode, where we're gonna let Astarion open the Necromancy of Thay to get some big approval from him.
Shadow. Such a grim name for such a beautiful flower.
Could you not stare so blatantly in my neck when you say that, please?
Oh, but do keep calling her Flower. She'll love that.
So the Necromancy of Thay is way underground in this dungeon, so let's just fast forward until we get to it.
Away from Mom.
Well, hello.
If you have a Astarion in your party, when you pick up this book, he'll ask you to let him keep it. So we're going to do that now. Also, to even get the book, you have to pass like 5 sleight of hand checks, which, come to think of it, is very on brand for giving it to Astarion.
Best avoid that trap.
Let's crack it open.
Also, I'm creeping forward really slowly here because I know I'm failing rolls to reveal more of the hidden traps.
Looking ahead.
Also, I pull out a torch here to help me as a player see more hidden objects. But just remember for later that I pulled a torch out. Subtle foreshadowing. For now, I'm going to gamble a bit. I think if I disabled the trap under the book, nothing else would trigger, so I'm going to try it.
The book is locked tight with no visible keyhole, only an oval recess in the cover's mouth. You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those piercing amethyst eyes draw you in. You feel the darkness radiating from the book. It's delicious.
A cursed book? How obvious. Whoever opens it deserves the fate that befalls them.
Curious. Why don't you take a closer look? I'll observe from back here.
So, the problem here is since Astarion is the one opening the book, he hasn't asked me for it yet. So I'm going to try stashing the book and reopening it as my tab and see if he'll ask me for it.
Step quick.
As you look into the book's amethyst eyes, you can almost hear a voice. You just have to open the book, and it will be yours. Forever.
A cursed book? How obvious. Whoever opens it deserves the fate that befalls them.
Curious. Why don't you take a closer look? I'll observe from back here.
That looks terribly heavy. Why don't you let me carry it for you? Excellent.
You don't know what he read, but it had an effect. His eyes are hungry, but pained.
Well, quite the page turner. I'll get back to it when I have more time to focus.
The book is now bound to Astarion, and no one else is allowed to read it. Also, we got our 5 approval for Astarion, which is actually a lot, especially for a companion that have trouble getting approval from, like Astarion. But for now, we're going to try to read the book, which is not super easy to do.
You feel its connection, its longing to be opened. to share its secrets. You open the book to the first page, with its shifting glyphs and strange whispers.
In general, you have to pass 3 wisdom saving throws in a row, a 10, a 15, and a 20 DC.
The symbols dart beneath your eyes, warping and twisting. Your head throbs, but you almost understand.
I would like to get through these rolls without having to burn a spell slot, so we're going to try it. That'll do. 2 out of 3 done.
The world around you is gone. You can only see those glyphs, only hear those voices. You feel claws moving in the shadows. They pull at you, dragging you closer.
Astarion actually gets to replace the last 20 DC saving throw with a 15 wisdom check, so it's actually a little easier for him. Oh, the guidance did not come through on that one. I guess let's burn an inspiration and try again.
The glyphs scream, branding your mind with strange runes. You see time rewritten, fate undone, your future thrumming with power. The book snaps closed. You've seen too much. What profane knowledge is now seared inside of you you should never have known.
Nice, we made it through. And for right now, Astarion gets a +1 bonus to all his wisdom saving throws and checks. However, that doesn't seem to apply to his monk features like his unarmored defense, so it's not super useful on him right now. For our last encounter in this episode, we have one more way to farm approval, by saving one more person in the grove. So let's grab our good companions that feel like they would approve of something like that and head back to the grove. I'm also going to slip on this amulet because we're going to need it for this encounter.
I admire your courage, Gale.
Thank you. Any particular reason?
Between the orb and the bug, you've got more than your fair share of unwelcome passengers.
What can I say? Mother always taught me to be a gracious host.
So we're going to go ahead and speed back here. We're going near where we went to the entrance to the secret caves, but there's another person that we can meet back here. But first we're going to have to clear out these mushrooms, which are explosive and will go off if you stand too close for too long.
I don't like the look of that mushroom. I should stay clear.
No, Karlach, don't go run right by the mushroom. Now that we've cleared out those mushrooms, we can get into this building through the back way, which is, I think, the only way to get in here without getting yelled at by the guards.
Stop! This place
is off limits. Leave.
Like, bro, chill. I'm here to help you.
Damn it! Was inventory today. I'm sorry. Nerves are shot after the attack. Do what you gotta do. Sorry if I don't show you around. I just fall back down. Legs are as steady as a foal's. Bloody potion. From the old lady in the cave. The one with the lotions and potions. To her credit, it worked. I'm as strong as a bugbear. And fearless. Course she also warned of side effects. Should have listened. Now I'm stuck guarding crates.
And if we need another reason not to trust Ethel, there it is.
All right. I guess being fearless won't help if an arrow comes flying right at me.
I already got the companion approval in the dialogue, so I'm not sure if I actually have to heal her for anything, but I'm gonna go ahead and do the right thing and actually cure her.
My foot. It moved. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
It is a little weird to me that there's no special loot or XP when you cure Pandurna. I know there's a special interaction with Dirge with her, but it just seems like a place where something cool should happen.
Any goblin comes near me now, and they'll regret it. I feel amazing. Look, you're not really supposed to be here, but I'll turn a blind eye. Just don't touch anything, all right?
And I think that's going to be it for today's episode. In the next episode, we're going to help some more victims in the Hag, and we're going to finally hit level 5. So if you don't want to miss it, be sure to subscribe. And let me know what you think of the series so far in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. See ya! Hey guys, welcome back to our no-sleep honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. If you're new here, this is a perfect episode to start with, because we're either going to get level 5 this episode or die trying. So let's just get into it. The first thing we're going to do is head back to Auntie Ethel's house, because we killed Auntie Ethel, but we haven't actually finished exploring her house and finishing Mayrina's quest. So we're going to head over there to pick up some more XP now. I just added Sir Fizzlelump to our party, because this is the only way to get down into the Hag's dungeon without having an aneurysm from trying to disarm all the traps.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Looking ahead.
We're going to have Sir Fizzlelump cast Featherfall and Enhance Leap on the entire party so that we can just jump down the whole hill of traps without having to worry about disarming every single one on the way down.
What to do?
So let's just pick a spot where we don't think we're going to land directly on a trap. I think this spot looks pretty good.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
And then let's just go ahead and speed through doing that with all the other party members until we're all the way down.
There, in the cage.
And there we go. That's how you get down into the Hag's dungeon without losing your mind. And the whole point of doing this is that I'm pretty sure you get XP for finishing quests. and we haven't finished Mayrina's quest, so we want to do this to get the last few XP points we need to get level 5 before we take on the Goblin Camp.
You bastard! You ruined it! You ruined everything!
So that's a warm welcome.
Ethel was going to bring my husband back. Back from the dead. And now I'll never see him again. Because of you!
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Ethel was gonna eat your kid.
What? But she promised to look after them. Teach them magic. I trusted her. I'm so stupid. So bloody stupid. But I should have seen it. I thought I could fix it. Give my child a good home. And bring my husband back all in one go. People always say that. It doesn't mean anything.
Look, I don't have much. But take this locket. It's worth a bit. Now we're even.
Really? That's... My husband gave it to me. I should take him home. His coffin is just upstairs. A decent burial is the least I can give him. Thank you. I don't think there's anyone else who would have saved me.
I think some people don't like Mayrina because they think she's dumb or whiny, but honestly, I kind of have a soft spot for her. In my first playthrough, she was one of the characters I was most excited to find again in Act 3 to see how her story ended up.
This place reeks of death.
And now that we've dealt with the hag and saved Mayrina, now we get the hag's loot. Also, Ethel has all these special potions, but like all except one of them are purely negative effects, and you can't even throw them at enemies. The only thing you can do is drink them, but I guess I'm going to take them all anyway. So this is the kind of loot that in this playthrough that just isn't very good, because this staff gives you the Ray of Sickness cantrip, but you can only cast it once per short rest, so you just can't do very much with it in this playthrough. Alright, we have the staff for Connor. So let's go switch out Sir Fizzlelump for a real party member, and then go finish up Mayrina's storyline for now.
Just what I need.
How can I help? Back in the thick of...
And we're like so close to level 5, all our characters are between 175 and 210 XP away from getting it.
Alright, what now?
gods! Didn't hear you coming. I know I should head home, but I can't bring myself to leave. The thought of putting him in a wheelbarrow and making the journey all over again. What? You can?
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Bring him back! Bring Connor back! Please!
This is a rough decision, but as a good character, I'm going to choose to use the wand here.
What? What's happening? Why is he still dead?
You feel something pull at you. The creature yearns for a master.
What have you done to him? But this isn't what she promised. I wanted him back the way he was, not this.
I think the best thing to do here is to give Mayrina the wand and let her decide what to do.
Connor? Connor! I don't even know if he's in there, but he might be. And if he is, I'll find him and bring him back. Thanks. But we'll need more than luck. A bloody miracle, more like it. I'll find a wizard or something. Maybe someone in Baldur's Gate can help us. Connor always said you can find anything in that city. Remember? And thank you, I guess. Come on, love. Let's go.
Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
Man, Mayrina's story is so sad, but I really think that's the best ending you can give her until you see her again in Act 3. So I run around the swamp a little bit more and pick up a little more loot, but nothing super important. But I need to give a little explanation of this next clip, because this was the end of a recording session for me, and in between recordings I was going around and checking all the shopkeepers to see what they had in stock. And I went to the Zentrum hideout to check the shopkeeper down there, and suddenly there was an explosion and I was pulled into combat and the shopkeeper was aggroed on me, and I had no idea what was going on. And maybe you've already spotted it, but I sure hadn't. Here's a clip from last episode to explain it.
Looking ahead.
Also, I pull out a torch here to help me as a player see more hidden objects, but just remember for later that I pulled a torch out. Subtle foreshadowing. So, for basically a whole episode, I've been carrying around a torch in my main hand, and I've totally forgot about it. So when I walked into the Zentrum hideout, I blew up some of the oil on the ground, and it aggroed the shopkeeper. But when I was playing, I had no idea that that's what was happening. One interesting thing to note about this is that only the shopkeeper that I actually damaged is marked as red. Everyone else is yellow in this fight, which means they're technically neutral, which means they're not actually enemies of me yet. My whole plan here is to flee from combat and hope that the Zentrum don't stay mad at me.
Shall be done. On the victor's path. Coming through.
On my word.
Like I was saying, Brim is the only one who's actually mad at us, and he also seems very confused that he can't actually reach any of us.
What path lies before me?
And now I'm just gonna dash away and flee from combat with all 4 party members.
Of course.
Jimmy on the go.
No time to waste.
Can't give up now.
So now I take the whole party and travel back to the Zin hideout, and what I'm hoping is going to happen is that everyone is back where they go, and they're all okay. What I'm worried about is that they're all going to aggro on me as soon as I walk down there, so I want to heal up from the explosion first. Actually, Karlach has a lot of hit points, and an extra long jump distance, so I'm going to send in just her first to see if everybody's still mad at us. I also never fully healed Karlach, and I hope that doesn't come back to bite me later this episode. Of all the things that could happen, this is not what I expected. Every single Zinturum is gone. This cave is basically completely empty now. So I take my whole party to see if the characters all the way in the back of the cave are also gone, because I don't know, they might not have been included in the combat earlier. But what you'll also notice is that that took me a really weird route through the cave, and I didn't step on any more oil, so I still have no idea that I'm holding a torch that's going to ignite any oil I step on. So I go to talk to Oscar, blissfully unaware of the fact that I am mere inches away from blowing up the whole cave.
Wait, wait! I'm just a prisoner! Spare me and there'll be coin, I swear it. I'm an artist. These faithless bastards were trying to ransom me back to my patron. She is a woman of great means and great generosity to those who serve her well. Heroes who rescue her prize painter, for example. Oscar Fevras, at your service. A genuine pleasure. I'm in your debt, as is my patron. My betrothed, I should say. Assuming Lady Janeth still wishes to marry me after our little, falling out.
You recall a recent scandal. A patriarch of Baldur's Gate who wished to marry a commoner.
She offered me a future. And so, in a fit of madness, I told her of my past. Of the woman I'd loved before she found me. Love still, in truth. She was less than pleased. I made a timely retreat into the countryside. To paint and clear my head. To choose, I suppose. Oh, absolutely none. Fame and wealth suit me very well, no doubt. And yet, I think of that first love, and I hesitate. Likely I'm going mad. Regardless, we have more immediate concerns. Your reward once I've returned to the city, for one. Say, I don't suppose you could spare some coin, could you? Ease the discomforts of the road some. No coin? Mightily imprudent of you. I suppose I can endure the walk sober. Suffering has become an old friend, after all. Until Baldur's Gate, then.
Alright, now that that conversation's done, I think I'll just step right over here and grab some of this loot.
Please help me.
Ah, when I say my heart skipped a beat there, I thought the run was over for sure. And I'm thinking I'm just going to help my party members up so that they don't fail their death saving rolls. But I get to Gale just a second too late.
Well met. I am a magical projection of Gale of Waterdeep, and if you see this manifestation, that means I have prematurely perished. However, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, it is of vital importance that my death be remedied at your earliest convenience.
I'm just going to interrupt Gale here, because he yaps for, no joke, 3.5 minutes. But he's telling us about how we need to resurrect him because of, you know, the bomb in his chest. And he's telling us about how we can get a scroll of true resurrection to resurrect him. And it just so happens that when Gale dies like this, his body starts emitting a necrotic aura that deals damage over time to everything around him. And that includes Karlek, who's our only party member alive, and she is very low right now.
Best of luck with the protocol. May my cold, dead hands soon be refilled with the warmth of life so they can shake yours in gratitude.
Alright, the game says it's in turn-based mode, so I can take a second. And why am I still taking damage in turn-based mode? Oh boy, I have 4 hit points left for the whole party. And Gale's aura deals 1 to 4 damage per turn. I could have been 1 more tick of damage away from wiping the whole run. And look, I know it would be more optimal to wait till everybody's resurrected to use these healing potions on everybody, but I don't want to let some random point of damage in the whole run, so I'm going to use them now. Let's start out by resurrecting our tab so that we can at least switch out our party to all living people.
Fate spins along as it should. Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead? This is the price of balance. Well counted. I recommend keeping my distance for a moment. By doom and dusk, I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Now let's go ahead and go through Gale's whole procedure to get the Scroll of True Resurrection.
The pouch is sealed with differently colored strands of thread. As the purple thread becomes undone, the pouch opens to reveal a letter and flute inside.
The code is DEAD dead. Very creative, Gale.
This is the flute Gale kept on his person. A faint magical aura envelops its wooden surface. The flute awaits with bated breath.
Iskcha Chisnaga. Dayaya Zum. Multhamesk. Tinu Frantha Manthra Gale.
This is actually kind of cool because it gives you a scroll of true resurrection, which brings a companion back to life with full health. And this is the only way to get one of these in the whole game. And I know we just got this from Gale's quest, but we don't actually have to use it on him. I think I'm going to save it for later. Don't worry guys, I figured out what happened. Just let me toggle off this torch real quick, and we're good. Although I would like to point out, even though it said I was holding a torch, it wasn't making any light, which was kind of weird.
We've saved me. I cannot take much more.
Take hero.
Use some healing.
My word, you did it! Oh, it's good to be alive. My hands are still cold, so that handshake will have to wait, but in the meantime... Thank you. Oh. It's a relief to be back on beautiful Faerun. The dreariness of the fugue plane oppresses one's soul so very quickly. Now, I believe adventure awaits. Or misadventure, perhaps. Shall we?
Now that everybody's back to life, I'm going to grab Shadowheart to heal everybody so that we can get the temporary hit points too.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something? Lead the way then. A long way to go still.
So now that I have them healed up a little bit, I don't actually want to waste all my healing potions here, so I'm just going to switch out my party for some party members who aren't injured.
And, well, in it.
Alright, everyone's already run away from this cave, and I've already almost blown up my whole party, so I think it's only right that I steal literally everything that isn't nailed down.
What to do? My diesel.
It's amazing when there's no one in here to catch you, just how much stuff there is to steal in this cave.
What's in here? Is that blood? No, never mind. What is happening? No one's stopping out. Moving ahead. I see nothing. All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Alright, I think you're getting the picture. I'm going to jump to the end here, but just know that this goes on for quite a while.
How delicious.
Alright, so now we are way back in the back of the cave, ready to go into these two locked vaults.
Let's crack it open.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Yeah, don't worry. I think we got enough bonuses to handle this.
With pleasure.
I've got a long road ahead.
Nice, that's like 550 gold, some infernal iron, and a couple of other good things.
Have to keep going.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
What a day. A crooked touch.
I'm walking forward really slowly here because I'm expecting this room to be trapped like the other one, but it's just not, which is kind of weird.
Best get going. With haste.
These are some really interesting gloves with a really unique effect. We'll have to see if we can find a use for them in this playthrough. And that's going to be it for the Zhentarim basement for now. And our party is so close to level 5. We're 117 XP away. And I really want to get level 5 before I get into any fights with the Goblin Camp. So I did think of one more thing to do in the Blighted Village.
As you approach, a guttural scream and a succession of quick bangs rattle the door. Then, a low moan. Someone, or something, is having a bit of fun.
Go away!
Wait, don't interrupt them. Let me do it. They sound disgusting.
What the hell are you doing? Tell of my rutting, my virility.
Don't want this puny rutting written down!
Puny? I am strong. I am virile. I am
Enough! Oh, moment ruined. Passion squished like slow goats underfoot. Oh, we leave.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that got us any XP at all. But it did give us 5 approval from Astarion, and it was kind of funny.
Open up.
And now it is finally time to head down to the Goblin Camp. I do think we're going to get a little more XP when we talk our way in, so I'm hoping that's going to be just enough to push us over the edge to level 5. There's a lot of stuff happening out here in the yard, but eyes on the prize. We are headed inside to talk our way into the Goblin Camp.
His troops will disarm you and grow you the truth.
How are we to find the druid in this chaos?
All of you must.
Let's hope we find him in one piece.
New age is dawning with Captain's great mortals, all hinders to quake.
I'm always a little afraid here that if I do or say the wrong thing, I'm going to accidentally aggro the whole Goblin Camp, but on we go.
Oi! Ain't no party in here. We're doing the Absolute's work. State your business. Now.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Really? This is where we fail a dice roll? No. We're using inspiration for that. That's more like it.
Right. Well, you ain't the first foreign type, I suppose. Gonna have to be a bit more specific though, mate. Absolute's got a few favourites around here. You here to see Priestess Gut, Boss Ragslin, or the Drow? Audience is right. She's an uppity one and no mistake, but she knows her business. She's in telling the war chiefs what's what. Next raid's gonna be a big un, I hear.
Nice, we are inside the Goblin Camp and we finally hit level 5. That took so many episodes. This episode's already getting really long, so I'm gonna find a safe place to go to camp and level up next episode. Thanks for watching, and if you made it this far, think about subscribing. Also, let me know what you think about the series so far in the comments section below. See ya!